Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget.
We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Like that, do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. Point made. No edit. No edit. No care. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I don't know where Lady Che is. Hopefully she'll be joining us later, our other host. And on this season 6, episode 21, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1, and that is using our voice to shut down the Bootliccs. Sharpton, the Democrats over Black voters. They had a convention. They had a non-action commitment. What is it called? Non-action movement commission or committee or convention, and that got shut down. Great news. Then we got U.S. Military Draft Update 2026. UK bans Kanye, why his haters need to destroy him. The UK government banned Kanye. Foundational Black Americans discuss Democratic Party accountability and reparations, or did they? Fulton County Reparations Task Force released its findings and harm report. And if we have time, California Democrats may be punished at the polls due to Black voters finally waking up. Hispanics in Los Angeles get exposed by AFROMAN for being racist and stealing FBA culture. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. And happy New Blacc Media Appreciation Month, which is all April long. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description. Yeah, I have that in the. That's in the queue.
Okay.
That's in the. But I didn't think I was going to get to it tonight. But either way.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, but just putting it out there because there's a top issue on it, and the cold part about that is
I gotta finish the introduction, Shabaka. And we recently moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard 2 years ago. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again. My personal page just appears, aka Chan Kruma, which has been struck because I told the truth about Easter. But the strike will end on Saturday, next Saturday, or this coming Saturday. So anyway, make sure y'all sub to that channel. That's where we stream all the city council meetings and local events here in Denver and Aurora, Black events. And then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that channel. I think she's about 9 subscribers away from being able to go live on that channel. Then we got the RBA, her main channel, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all check out the Revolutionary Agenda she did last week now. She did 2 of them last week, so make sure y'all check them out. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live. Then we got our brother we got our brother Jay Militant, our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area. Jay Militant, make sure y'all sub up to his channel. So he can already go live, but make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He'll be dropping some heavy knowledge on this channel as well. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High Income and Legal Migrant Flooded City. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, Kukizi 5100. Might be joining us here later. We'll see. And then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia, VA, via New York. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother who is still live, I believe, the Church of Black Power out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He'll be dropping heavy knowledge over there as well. And he'll be going in heavy on them Democrats. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers. He's fast approaching 3,000. Yep, Compton's in the house. We got Big E in the building. Salute, Big E. Then we got
okay, the Hub City. Shout out to the Hub City, 5423 Hub City.
Then we got our brother Black Truth United, who's on hiatus, but did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description, and the link to submit a FBA or B1 business is in the description. Yours truly is in the B1 Rolodex for my political work, and I am going to be officially on the ballot once again for Colorado State House of Representative here in the state of Colorado for House District 8. And then we got Council, the Congressional Black Caucus, and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Please sign the petition. Change.org petition. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke, my niece, call to action for the Freedmen's in New York. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Donate to that if you can. And last but certainly not least, we got the elder that's 103 years old out of South Central Los Angeles, now South Los Angeles, who is on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years. So the link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, i.e. the police, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. Is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by our late, great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 as of 2 weeks ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. And the links to the ISIS papers, the colors of the code is in the description. All right, Shabaka, so those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. So what were you saying, Shabaka? You said something about that disgraced Democrat that's running in California that had to drop out. I just seen he dropped out, Shabaka.
Okay, yeah, the congressman. Okay, he has been charged with rape. Okay. Keep in mind that rape itself is an act wrong within itself, but to falsely accuse a man of rape is a worse act, because we all got mamas, we all got sisters, we all got daughters, we all got nieces. Okay, right. Based on information that I saw on Clown News Network, she allegedly had went out with this gentleman one night for drinks, and she was drinking. Getting drunk. You see what I'm saying? So they will probably say in California, okay, that she was of unsound mind to make a conscious decision. Now, the fucked up part about this shit, okay, if she did not want to be with this man, why the hell was she out drinking with him? Next question is, was she up there trying to talk to him, asking him for a position in his office or what have you if he gets elected? Okay, so if that is the case, what you're looking at right here is a case of extortion.
Yeah, let me play the news story real quick, Shabaka, because
yes, sir. Yeah, for the audience to get a clear understanding.
Because we got a lot of topics to get to, so I get this out the way now. So Eric Starwell, is that how you say his name? Starwell?
Yes, Starwell is the name. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so Eric Starwell drops bid for California governor amid sexual assault allegations.
Right. Now, keep in mind, if he is guilty of this, he deserves to go to jail. If he is not guilty of this, and if this is a false accusation, then that broad there needs to walk the fucking concrete. Now, people, as he's pulling this up, but the problem is with this, the act of rape is an act wrong within itself, but is even worse to falsely accuse.
Edition of the NBC4 News. Bay Area Congressman Eric Swalwell is dropping his bid for California governor. It comes after multiple sexual misconduct allegations that put his campaign in crisis and spurred criticism from both sides of the aisle. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kathy Varett.
I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Swalwell made that announcement in a post on X.
It said in part, quote, "To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I have made in the past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's," end quote.
NBC4 has reached out to Swalwell directly. We have not heard back from him on either the comment about the allegations themselves or dropping out of the race. Our Conan Nolan here on set with us, joining us live. This all just breaking within the last few hours. Was this expected?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He was a dead man walking after the San Francisco Chronicle report citing someone, did not name them per their editorial policy, followed up by CNN, that same woman in silhouette talking about feeling that she had been, she had sex with him without her consent because she had passed out. And they cited four other women who said that they also had experiences. So earlier this week, he responded to online claims that he had not percolated into the mainstream media. So as soon as he responded to that, which didn't have any definition, didn't have any names, didn't have any details, we thought, well, something's up here. And then all of a sudden, once the Chronicle, once we had this on the record, there's no way he was going to able to keep this going. And as you said, we saw his support drop. This is a woman who was on social media, Cheyenne Hunt. She sort of advertised this earlier in the week, and other members online jumped on. And then Adam Schiff, who had endorsed him, pulled his endorsement. Jimmy Gomez, member of Congress from East Los Angeles, he pulled his endorsement. The union pulled their endorsement. And finally, it's the donors. The donors said, listen, there's no path forward. You're not getting any money. So it was over.
Yeah, and he released that statement on Friday. We covered the story here on NBC4. We talked about it. You talked about it. He was adamant he was going to stay into the race. Now we didn't even make it till Monday. So is it all the things you mentioned? Is that what caused
Oh, yeah. I mean,
now?
there's no way. I mean, this is the Democratic Party in particular, not the Republican Party, but would be all that much different. But this is a party who champions women's rights, and it is a principle that women should be free of sexual harassment and sexual abuse. And when you have credible claims from people who were on his staff or people that interacted with him, there's just no. Just think of Harvey Weinstein. I mean, this is a Harvey Weinstein type of crisis for this campaign. And no, there was just no going forward.
What does this mean now for the governor's race? Swalwell was the leading candidate on the Democratic side,
right?
Poll.
Yeah, it's a jump ball. It's new life to everybody. Javier Becerra, the former SS Health and Human Services Secretary, he thinks he's going to get some of his votes. Matt Mahan, the mayor of San Jose, he believes all of it. And it's not just they may get their votes. Again, they may get more money. All of a sudden, their financiers, their backers, the bundlers, the ones that raise money, they say, well, there's a path forward now because this 15% or whatever Swalwell was getting is up for grabs. Now, Swalwell tended to be more progressive. So you think that I was talking to Fernando Guerra over at LMU earlier, and he pointed out, made the argument that Katie Porter, very progressive, could get most of that. But seriously, it's a whole new race. And now you have people paying attention to this gubernatorial race. There's a huge undecided going into it. Not that this has changed that number, but I think people are paying attention, and all these other candidates are going to seek this as their opportunity to advance.
And 55 campaign workers, staff members put out a letter today saying that they wanted him to drop out of the race. They don't want him to be a congressman anymore. What do you make of that? And what happens to all those people?
Well, they're looking for jobs. I heard that they were all looking for jobs. They're all looking at their resumes. They're all looking at what their next step was. But I have to tell you, like Harvey Weinstein, after that all broke, everybody said, well, did people know about this in Hollywood? Well, yes, they did. And like in this case, one person speaks up and that gives confidence to another, and then it starts to build. Well, how many people in Washington knew about this?
And for how long?
For how long? And did the leadership know? Or they just heard rumors and they didn't want to ask questions? I mean, so that'll be one of the questions I think we're going to have, as to what people knew and when did they know it.
And his time as a congressman was already coming to an end, given that he was running for governor.
Right. But it's a point. I mean, there's a possibility he might be forced to leave, and then you would have to replace him for the rest of the term going into January of next year. And remember, it's so close in the House, that could be a complication.
We're going to have a big debate here. So
yes, a big debate. That's right.
Okay. Thanks,
Conan. Thank you.
So that's another seat the Democrats is going to lose. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts? Because you want to talk about this real quick.
Yes, sir. Okay. If the man is guilty of this crime, fine, he belongs in jail. Okay. Do let me say that off the top. If she is falsely accusing this man, then she needs to do twice the time that he would face if he is innocent. Now, the reason being is because from what I understood and researched over the years in regard to such a heinous crime, when women make these false accusations, if it is false, it takes away from the cases of where individual should go to jail for this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Pretty much like the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah. Now, me personally, I'm on the fence of it. I'm going to wait, to how this story evolves out of the court system out of California, which really leaves a lot to be desired. You know what I mean?
All right.
And what have you.
Okay, Amaru.
Okay, Amaru wants to get on TV.
Yeah, he does. Say hi, Amaru.
Yes. Say, Amaru. Ow. Amaru. Amaru. Yeah, just catting around. Okay. All right. So
boomers
baby boomers want to go back to the regular status quo without demanding results from centrist Democrats. Facts. You see what I'm saying? Now, the thing is, you have to understand about California politics, people. It is a circus. It is an audition. Okay. Look how Arnold Schwarzenegger screwed up California. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Also, look at that old senile bastard who was your 40th president screwed up California. Yeah, Nancy and I, we really love California. Ronald Reagan, you was a Class B actor. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't no major star there, fool, until you acted like the governor. And then, of course, quite naturally, he was the ultimate bigot against Black achievement as well. So, once again, if this man is guilty of this heinous crime, then he deserves to go to jail. And then, if he is not, then she needs to go to jail. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah.
You say.
Right. So we'll keep y'all updated. I got to move on to the next topic, Shabaka, because I wasn't expecting.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the next topic is using your voice to shout down the Bootliccs. So Professor Blacc Truth is going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Blacc Truth. I've been listening to him for over 10 years, almost 15 years. And everything he said has come to pass.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the...
Hold on, let me answer Marcus' question real quick. I think it's because he doesn't think that third party stands a chance of winning the national election. That'd be the only reason why I would think he would say that.
Right.
I'm getting back to this, putting these Bootliccs out of business.
Sunday
Yeah,
address.
pretty much.
A lot of people have made a habit, hell, at this point, a career out of calling themselves speaking for you and me. Well, it's time to put these parasites in the unemployment line permanently. Politics is war, and in war, the best way to crack your opponent is by weakening them where they live. Ask Lauren Boebert why she had to pick up tent and run to the other side of the state before she could run for re-election if you doubt me. Another person who should be asked is Jim Clyburn. He's been threatening to run for re-election again this year, and on cue, the white media showering him with praise, which is how you know he's on the take for them. They say that he's the first black congressman to represent South Carolina in nearly 100 years. That kind of talk only appeals to the black boomers. They were the main ones going for all that black faces in high places con game, which, by the way, that whole phrase and everything about it came from the white leadership of the DNC, because black faces means absolutely nothing without a black agenda. Those of you who have the misfortune of having this clown Clyburn posing as your congressman, do you feel represented? Have you ever felt represented with this guy? He can't form a coherent sentence, much less a coherent policy for black people. I nicknamed Jim Clyburn Negro Jim Clyburn after the character from the Huckleberry Finn novel, but there's also another name that I gave to him, America's favorite sharecropper. This fool has what he calls a fish fry every year, and this is what he does to rally support from his district. A fish fry. Well, hell, Amos and Andy is alive and well in South Carolina. His district, by the way, is not surprisingly also one of the poorest in America. Jim Clyburn's district is one of the poorest in America, and what does he do? A fish fry every year. Well, when you have people who can literally be bought off for a plate of catfish nuggets, are these really people who should be respected by anyone? That might sound harsh, but at the end of the day, if you do not demand respect, you're not going to get it from anyone. The operative term there being demand. And that's the entire point of this evening address. Jim Clyburn thinks that one day he's...
Yeah, Michael, please stay on topic, though, because you kind of distracted me. We're going to get to that next. That's literally the next topic. So just hold your horses on that.
going to be handing his congressional seat over to that Weasley daughter of his like some demented family heirloom. And he's certainly not alone. Whenever you look at the individuals who the white media tries to palm off as being black leaders, you notice that a disproportionate number of them love to have their family members and in-laws and their idiot cousins right in there with them. That's the little racket that people like him set up, or rather that the white powers that be allow him to have. All right, well, what's going to be done about these scumbags? How do you effect a sea change? Well, you don't do it by asking for permission, and you don't do it by asking nicely either. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. And as Professor Black Truth said, in order to make a demand, there must be an or else at the end of that statement. To make a demand is only half an action, because with every demand of a necessity, there must be an or else. Because without the or else, you don't have a demand. All you have is angry begging. Now, for a lot of people, that happens to be a sticking point, mainly because if you're going to be setting up some sort of or else, well, that of a necessity requires that you be ready for confrontation. And a lot of people try to do anything that they can to avoid that. But more importantly, especially with a lot of black folks, it comes down to actually doing some pre-planning. You have to be prepared. You got to have your ducks in a row ahead of time. Too many black folks try to see if they can get by with minimal effort, try to see if they can just wing it. And when it comes to trying to overthrow oppression, that doesn't work. You're not going to overcome hundreds of years of oppression by accident. You have to be persistent, you have to be deliberate, and you have to be intentional if you want to make big changes actually happen. And a large part of that is we have to turn to each other. And people need to stop being gun shy about that one, because whenever you actually do the work of preparing ahead of time, when you do the work of making sure that you got your ducks in a row beforehand, believe it or not, going to black folks actually works more often than not. At the very least, you're going to actually have some people with you. You see, the white media and its black bootlicks, you know, the ones who do shuck and jive media, these guys love to try to tell you that black folks can't be depended on for anything. Black folks can't be relied on for anything. And then at the same time, they're the very ones whining and complaining because black folks actually have done things they don't like. The chains of chattel slavery weren't broken because black folks couldn't be depended on to do anything. Setting up the black townships and the black Wall Streets, that didn't happen because black people couldn't be counted on to do anything. fighting against Jim Crow, setting up the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement afterwards, those things didn't happen because Black people just couldn't be relied on to actually do anything. It happened precisely because Black people could, when well motivated and when well focused. That canard, that brainwashing nonsense about Black people can't be depended on, folks, don't you know that comes straight from the plantations? If you're trying to keep people dialed in to be oppressed and in bondage for the long haul, then you better make sure that you undermine any sort of loyalty system that they have. Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked extensively about that, how the enemy's job was to make sure that they broke up whatever kind of loyalty Black people would have to each other, because that is what gets you on code and keeps you on code. There was a time right after the end of chattel slavery when we relied on each other. And it's no accident that that was also the only real progress we've ever enjoyed. We were on code at that time, and we stayed on code at least for a while. But then white power destroyed what we had built and began an open war and terror campaign against us. And out of that disruption and destruction, they sent in agents to derange our internal politics. And they've also gone about weaponizing literally every institution in this society to be used as weapons against us. Everything from policies to the doggone infrastructure, the roads and bridges meant to smash through Black enclaves and to bust up whatever communities we try to build. That's deliberate. What we needed was to be left alone, for white power to stop attacking us. But their agents that they sent amongst us convinced us that what we really needed was to be closer to massa, and that this took the form of gaining white approval. Not acceptance, mind you, but approval. It was the urban version of the plantation system, only this time massa didn't have to take care of our room and board for us. And too many Black people followed those Pied Pipers. But even the people who went for the okie doke began to openly suspect that they had been misled. Dr. King himself talked about integrating his people into a burning house. He was one of many who, the longer they waged the fight for white approval, began to believe it was a fool's errand. But at that point, through relentless white media propaganda, a lot of Black people, the majority in fact, took on an identity fed to us by our oppressors. And we've been running in circles ever since, off balance and off code. You've often heard me say that hate speech leads to hate crimes. Well, speaking up for yourself leads to doing for yourself. And that also means we're going to be shouting down these people who call themselves speaking for us, but who actually don't. In the Black community, we are in dire need of a total turnover in terms of who is quote unquote representing us. We've never actually had true representation because literally every single one of these melanated people in governmental office were selected, vetted, propped up, packaged, and presented to us by our oppressors. They're puppets, top to bottom. This is why they never put their empty heads together to use their numbers to get anything done, not even for themselves. You have an entire congressional Black caucus, and they're completely and thoroughly useless. They are not and have never actually said we're going to be voting as a block and bring things to a halt to get things that are needed for the Black community. They don't do that. Everybody else decides they're going to put their heads together. And the only thing the Congressional Black Caucus does is put their mouths together to kiss massa's rump. But then again, what do you expect from a contingent largely comprised of immigrants? They cannot act autonomously because they've never been independent. It's not enough for these creeps to receive the occasional pot shot from a Twitter tweet online. What needs to happen is people are going to have to actually put them on the spot. We've already begun the process of disciplining our vote to make sure that we're not sitting here just throwing it at people who don't do anything for us. But the natural next step after that is to start getting in their faces and telling them what they are going to be doing or else. As we head toward the so-called midterm season, make it a point to be that person who says something on behalf of Black empowerment. Find out where this or that political prostitute's going to be speaking at, and then ask them why they haven't proposed legislation for reparations or an anti-Black hate crime law. Democrats have been openly advocating for reparations for literally every other group under the sun, from the LGBT community to illegal aliens. Talking about reparations for everyone, they want to go ahead and put that into the discourse. But when it comes to Black people, all of a sudden, it's politically unfeasible. We can't bring that up. Why, that would be political suicide. Yeah, they just bring it up for everyone else. You see, Asians got legislation when it comes to hate crime laws. These Negro bootlicks, they won't even propose one for their own Black constituents. When it comes to political dialogue, nobody's going to ask the people who the society is based on oppressing to be part of the conversation. Instead, they'll be boldly excluding us if we let them. And then they'll try to legitimize this racial exclusion by having some Negro puppets claim to speak for us. And of course, they'll be just agreeing with everything that massa says. But we don't. April is New Blacc Media Appreciation Month, and if there's anything that I think should be the most important lesson taken away from the work of the Blacc media, it's this. When just a few people choose to stand up and speak up, you'd be surprised just how many other people become emboldened to do the same. It's often been said the most powerful tool an oppressor has is the mind of the oppressed, and the first part of placing mental chains on someone is to convince them that they're all alone, that they're isolated. That way you think to yourself, well, it's just me. Whatever I'm thinking, I'm the only one. It's just you against the system massa put together. And sure, the oppressors, at least the ones who are leading it, happen to be a minority in comparison to those that they're oppressing. But there's still more of them than there are of just the one of you. But there's something that oppressors understand that too many of the oppressed don't. Uprisings and rebellions, they don't start with the masses. They come from a valiant few, a handful. It's always been this way. The oppressors know this, but they don't know who the troublemaker's going to be. So they carpet bomb the minds of the oppressed with all kinds of defeatist propaganda. Why you can't rely on all of those other oppressed people with you. Why those people, they're all a bunch of cowards. And even if they're not cowards, they're non-committal. It'll be just you out there no matter what. And even if it's not just you, you still can't come together. It won't work. You just should give up. They play on that to get you to sit on your hands and to not even try to fight them. Because in order to do that, you would have to be willing to stand alone, at least at first. Cowardice is contagious, but courage can also become habit-forming too. Be the first to cross the line. Other people feel the same way that you do about things. They want to speak up, but like most people, they want to wait to see if somebody else is going to show some courage first. At the local level, change starts with people who decide to start speaking against established power. See, the enemy runs this playbook against us whenever they can. The enemy starts off by murmuring against us, running their mouths against us. They test the waters to see how much pushback they'll get for this. And in places where they don't face any opposition, they then move on to suggesting policies meant to target us. Typically, the testing grounds for those kind of policies are in the schools, which is why school board seats matter, because not many people think that they're important, but that's where a lot of these bad policies begin. They say that the states are laboratories for national policy. In other words, the kinds of laws we see being passed at the national level are often tried first at the state level. But what goes unsaid is that the schools are often the laboratories for the states. We saw this in Ron DeSantis' asinine message legislation in Florida. And we've also seen that no Democrats push back against it. Not even your so-called black representatives. And that's what it's like in the red states, but in the blue states, it's even worse. In California, you had the Black Assembly Caucus laughing and smiling in the faces of their own furious black constituents and mocking them as they celebrated voting down legislation on reparations. This is what they did in what's supposed to be the bluest, most liberal state in America. They're only liberal on policy for everyone else. When it comes to black people, they are as die-hard conservative as they come. There's no air or light between them and the white right. The reason that we are riddled and infested with so many traitors, sellouts, and backstabbers is because these scum know that they can work against our interests, they can speak against us, hell, they can openly attack the black community, and yet white power will make sure to feed them the next day anyway. Well, that's so long as white power thinks that these punks are still useful to them. In other cases, we've seen what happens when the black community damages these clowns enough, and white daddy won't even pretend to make any room for them afterwards. But this isn't simply about punishing these treasonous misleaders or about breaking white power's back. This is about getting what we ought to have, starting with being the voice in our own affairs. To force words like reparations or anti-black hate crime law into the political discourse will first require us to force it to come out of people's mouths. There's been a political embargo on mentioning black people for 60 years now. That was deliberate. And when we saw white politicians and the white media clearly being averse to mentioning black people, we also had black folks who became cowardly speaking on their own behalf. And they started saying, well, we can't ask them to do anything for us. Why, black is political poison, don't you know? That's why they ain't saying nothing's about us. Why, theirs is a white lash out there against anything's having to do with black folks. And of course, that talking point originates with the white folks at the DNC. That's where that kind of defeatist talk comes from. Even though the Democrats are literally doing things for everyone except us. and not being bashful about mentioning them either. Some of us simply don't want to accept that there's a program at work here to systematically exclude us from being mentioned when it comes to policy. A lot of people have eaten good off of us being disempowered. We have people from other groups, people who only got to the US yesterday, calling themselves running for office in our communities. And who do you think is bankrolling these candidates? People who think to themselves when they look at Black communities, well, these guys are poor and impoverished, and they're also demoralized, so it'll be very easy for us to just run in these places, and we can go ahead and knock off these seats, and then we'll be using those positions to make sure that there are resources and policies for everyone except for them. The same people who set up and pushed the Jim Clyburns of the world onto us, these are the same people who are pushing these newcomers to try to be leaders in our community, leaders for everyone except for us. These candidates are not elected, they're selected. And you know by who. And before anyone tries to cop out with the, can we depend on Black folks to salute our flag, the reality is when the groundwork has been properly put in place, people will rally around the flag. But you have to make sure that there's a flag in place first. And you got to be careful about where you plant that flag. I told you about how back in the 60s, Roger Ailes, when he was masterminding Richard Nixon's TV offensive, he decided that he would confine Nixon only to friendly venues, mostly town halls where Ailes himself could choose who would be in the audience, and that his candidate wouldn't get any tough questions. He wouldn't get put on the spot. Well, the Democrats have been running the exact same playbook, especially these Negro misleaders, or these people with question marks over their heads, such as Kamala Harris. But you know, none of these bought and paid for set up phony town halls or barber shop chats are going to take the place of Black folks who actually get in there and ask the tough questions. They will never have anything that actually is more powerful than that. People recognize when they have some staged phony performance put up in front of them, as opposed to when somebody who actually has something to say gets to the mic. That's the power we've got, and it's way past time we started using it. Getting people comfortable with talking back to the very house Negroes massa conditioned us not to talk back to, that takes nerve. But we've already demonstrated on more than one occasion that we've got that. We have the nerve, we also have the backbone and the muscle to be able to stand up for ourselves and speak up for ourselves. That's where this goes next. Start putting people on the hot seat. Start making it where it's cool again to question these bootlicks. Everybody wants to, but they haven't seen enough examples of it. And that's where the Black grassroots comes in. The enemy likes to send its shills, plants, bootlicks, and suck-ups into our comment sections, into our videos, wherever they see Black folks who are getting together for some sort of live stream or group chat. In come these DNC plants. These people aren't just showing up randomly. Every election cycle is the same old thing. Well, now it's time to show these old blue dogs some new tricks. And number one is that we're not going to be the ones rolling over. They are. They're going to be rolling over and getting the hell out of our way. The absolute best way to demonstrate forcefully that there's been a clean break between the bootlicking and the kowtowing that prior generations have done to the Black misleadership class is to show that there's Black folks who have finally had enough of these guys, who are putting them on the spot, not for the white right, not for the white left, and not for the white middle, but for the Black grassroots. And rest assured, the same white media that's tried to condition you to think that you're out there by yourself and that nobody else is going to actually be picking up on it, they'll be the exact same ones who immediately start writing hit pieces and broadcasting segments on TV saying, look at all these lunatics, this is horrible, oh my God, this is the out of control fringe, mind you. The exact same way that people like Joy Reid tried to take reparations and claim that anyone talking about reparations, they're Russian bots. Expect them to run the exact same playbook when it comes to Black folks getting in the faces of these Black misleaders and putting them on the spot about policies relevant to us. They'll be saying that, well, I don't know if it's Russian bots, but it's got to be somebody. Clearly, this is not the Black community, mind you. Yeah, they tried that playbook right up until it failed. Black people speaking up for themselves, that scares them. And it's because history has shown that when we speak up, we always get the last word. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Gwendolyn Langston, City Soapbox TV, Suleiman Alaji, Arlaz, and Saifa Chowdhury. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor Black Truth. Yes, that's exactly what we've been doing for almost over a decade, putting these bootlicks on blast. Me and Lady Che do it every Monday at City Council. We do it every time John Bailey has one of them Carl Black Roundtable events with these damn we put them on blast every chance we get. But like he said, they need to see more of us doing this because a lot of people, they're too cowardly or scared to speak up. I get all the time. Hold on, Shabaka. Me and Kukizi was having a conversation about this yesterday. And you get these people that say, "Oh, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, blah, blah, blah." Well, then why don't you speak up? Why don't your punk ass speak up? Why we got to be the only ones that's going in on these goddamn Democrats and these this boule and misleadership? I'm tired of motherfuckers coming to me talking about, "I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying," but you don't speak out. You don't do nothing. But then when you see me in private, you want to say, "Oh, I appreciate you speaking up. I hear what you're saying. Oh, you were right," and all of that shit. I'm sick of it. I'm beyond sick of it. The next time somebody come up to me with that bullshit, I'm like, why aren't you speaking up? Why aren't you saying something? Now I got candidate forums coming up, and these mothers, they're gonna be on that same shit. Oh, disinformation, misinformation. Don't listen to people online. They're Russian bots. They're disinformation agents. But all of these damn rats are online. Like Professor Blacc. They're all online. All of these mothers, they online. They got YouTube pages. They got Facebook pages. They got Instagram pages. They got TikTok pages. They're all online. So, and who the hell are we supposed to listen to? Well, I choose to listen to the new Blacc Media like I've been doing for 15 years now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Agreed. And with my 11 years going off with it, that's 26 years combined. Now, the thing is that I'm not saying all, I do believe, Brother Che, over the years that there were some politicians who had true intent, but they got compromised. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why TBA's always saying we got to be uncompromising.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? You know, if you're out there running for a political office and if you got a square, stand on it.
We got fresh.
You know what I'm saying?
Salute fresh always.
Okay, greetings, fresh always. Yeah, stand on it because see the reason the reason why I don't run for politics, man. I'm gonna tell you why. Because a motherfucker like me will be assassinated.
We need people like you running for office. That's the problem. When we always say, "Oh, we're gonna get assassinated," blah blah blah, we still need to freaking run. We need people that are uncomfortable.
Yeah, you got a point on that. Yeah, you got a point on that.
Black running for these political seats, like myself. This is going to be my 4th time running for office. 4th time.
Okay.
I ran for city council at large in 2019.
Right.
This will be my 4th time. I ran for city council at large in 2019. I ran for mayor of Denver in 2023. I ran for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado in 2024. And I'm running again for House District 8 here in 2026. So this will be my 4th time running on a Black First agenda. So they can.
All right, good. Keep up the work. Keep up the work. And if you get elected, man, I need a job, man.
Right, but they can miss me with, "Oh, we don't have nobody to vote for. There's nothing to vote for." No, you run. If you don't see nobody in your area, in your locale, that's not representing your best interest, then you run for that seat. You challenge them. Like I've done this 4 times. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. And each time I keep hearing, "Oh, well, you can't just do something for Black people. You just can't do something. You got to tone down all that Blackness, blah, blah." No, we need to turn the shit up.
Exactly. And then quite naturally, Brother Che, you would say, "Well, hey, I'm a Black man in America." You say, "So I'm going to take care of my people first." But however, after I do that, I don't mind hearing anybody else out. You see what I'm saying? But I mean, it's only natural, man, for a person to take care of themselves first. You see?
Each time I ran, Shabaka, I got the same shit. Oh, you can't do that. There's not that many black people out here. You just can't do something for black people. But y'all can do something for illegal immigrants. Y'all can do something for the
Right.
LGBTQ. You can do something for the
Right.
short. You can do something for all these other groups. But you can't do nothing.
Except us.
But then you want
you
us to go, but then you want us to go and vote. Vote for what? The hell are we voting for? Offering us something tangible. What's the point of voting? So now they hear that with the same playbook. They didn't learn nothing from 2024, y'all. They didn't learn that. Damn.
Exactly.
So we gotta keep
then,
hold on, Shabaka. We gotta keep reminding them in 2026, the midterms, we sitting this shit out. If ain't nobody on the ballot that's representing our best interest, then they're not getting our vote. And we're gonna show up at all these town halls. We're gonna show up at all these forums and question these goddamn candidates. What are you gonna do specifically for not people of color, not minorities, not marginalized, disenfranchised, underserved, underrepresented communities? What are you going to do specifically for foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen? That's all I know. If your answer is nothing, just say that. But don't beat around the bush talking about, oh, I do stuff for people of color. I do stuff for minorities. No, we don't want to hear that shit. We want to hear specifically what you're going to do for FBA. If you're not going to do nothing for FBA, just say that. But don't beat around the bush talking about, oh, well, I support a study. And when we ask you about reparations, when we ask you about a hate bill, you say, well, there's already a hate crime bill. No, you did that shit for the Asians. It was specifically listed for the Asian community. It wasn't for us. You can miss us, Martin, and we're gonna keep talking down on you behind these microphones because you don't speak for us. None of you bootlicks, none of you boule, none of you house Negroes speak for us. We speak for our own selves. And the next clip is exactly about that. But go ahead, Shabaki.
Yes, sir, and keep putting it on put them on the spot with it, man. Let that be your left jab right there, man, because you keep hitting the same spot with that left jab, man. That eye is going to swell up. You see what I'm saying? And then when if somebody does grow a set of balls to come up there and challenge you with it, okay, man, then get the damn press out here.
Right.
Now that's just my opinion on. Now that's what I would do, except but if a cat like me run for political office, man, I'll be assassinated.
That's
you
what
see.
I said the same thing when Chairman Sekou asked me to run. I said, "Oh, they're gonna assassinate me. They don't want me to run." And here we are, 4 elections later. I'm still running for office.
But like I said, though, Brother Che, that you keep pumping that jab on that same spot. You know, you hit that same spot 3 times. You see what I'm saying? And then you got youth on your side. So that's a benefit for you. Plus, you're educated. That's another benefit from you. And being a corner man, this is what I'm seeing. That what you could do to the opposition. You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah. Then when they want to come out there with that bullshit and want to debate, you can get the fucking news out here.
Right.
And let's get ready to rumble.
Well, we are the media. We are the new Blacc Media. We're going to be present at down forums. I'm going to have to speak at, and I'm going to make sure even if it's just me, I'm going to record my damn self. I don't care. Like, because lady, she'll try to come to me with some certain events. She'll be able to come to the events with me, and she can record.
And then send it to me, man, and then I'll upload it to my Facebook page, man, and hashtag all the major news outlets, CBS, NBC, major newspapers as well, too.
Yeah, but this shit is just getting. I'm beyond sick of it. Every time I go to these damn John Bailey events, oh, you got 3 minutes. No, fuck that. We should have as much time as we need to say whatever it is we need to say. This gatekeeping and this gatekeeping that they do is sickening. It sickens me. Every time I go to these damn events, they be like, oh, you only got 3 minutes. Make it quick. They don't let us ask no questions. They don't let us challenge them in any kind of way. And if we do try to challenge them, like, no, you need to keep it down. You need to leave. No, we supposed to have a fucking voice. You let these goddamn illegal immigrants speak. You let these goddamn Democrats, bills, these punk ass boule, you let them speak. But when it comes to the grass, you don't want to hear from us because we speaking against the proper version of the truth. We telling you how a TI is. Ain't that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
And then keep throwing that First Amendment up there in their face, like they do me, man, on my shit. Well, I got First Amendment, Shabaka. I say anything you want. Okay, fine, you got that. So, and I got the First Amendment right too. So when you come to me with your stupid ass bullshit, then I'm gonna countermand you with truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they cater to them white politicians, Michael. They let them speak as long as they like, and they talk nothing but word salad. Salute, Breeze. We got Breeze in the building. Salute, Breeze.
Hey, Breeze. What's up with you, big homie? How you be?
So I'm not playing with these people. I wasn't playing the last 3 campaigns. I'm really not going to be playing this campaign.
Exactly. And you see what I'm saying? And once again, and intensify your attack. So this campaign, man, then you go with the sting like a beat combination. 3 jabs, right cross, left hook, right uppercut, left hook, overhand right.
Right. That's what we hit.
You see, and stay on their helmets. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they be playing.
Keep it cool though, brother Chet, because they will try to trigger you. You know what I'm saying? But keep you cool about it. You see, but counter trigger them. You see.
Well, every time I speak, I trigger them. So that's nothing but a word. I always trigger them.
Oh yeah, you see.
Or they trigger me.
And then on top of it too, brother Che, just say, hey, we don't hate nobody, but we built the damn country. The dumpster said that. All the free labor we put into it that enhanced the U.S. economy. You see what I'm saying? And they still benefit off that shit today, just off the power of the parlay. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. I got the Black Panther, and I got the community of independent. What is it called? Community
resources of independent people.
Right. Community resources and independent people backing me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then Breeze is saying here is that he realized that when he tried to run out here in Loudoun County. Keep it up, though, Breeze. You see what I'm saying? Stay on a helmet. You know what I mean? Stay on a helmet. You see, and then the cold part about it is, believe it or not, okay, there have been some OTBs who finally had said to me on my page, well, Shabak, I see your point, but do you have to be so blunt about it? Yes, the reason why I have to be blunt about it is because I'm not an ass scratcher. I'm not a Yasa boss.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then I throw their words back off into their face what Jane Elliott said. She says, how many of you white people want to sit up here and trade places in the American social order with black people? They're all silent. Then she says, you know, your silence tells me 3 things. You don't want it to happen to you. You feel it don't concern you, but you are willing to sit here and let it to happen to somebody else.
Yeah, but the hell with Jane Elliott. She spoke against our but they can miss like I said, they can miss me. We hear you, we see you, that bullshit. They can miss me with that shit. Stop saying hear us or see us and do fucking something.
Yeah, you damn right about that, sir. You will get no argument from me because there's no argument with undisputed truth. You see what I'm saying? And then also too, okay, Fresh Always is in the house. Fresh Always says the DIs like the hard facts. Keep the pressure on it. Okay, you see, now that's what I'm saying. Fresh Always. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep the pressure on them. That's what Ali did off in the boxing ring with that left jab. You see, you can take the principles of sports, regardless of what the sport is, and apply it to everyday factors of your life. Determination, working with pain. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm doing. Word is working with constant fucking pain. You see, and this is why sometimes I go off. Not that I'm mad angry with what somebody's saying, but it's striking a nerve. You see, you got one thing I no longer have, Jesse, is that you have youth on your side. Right. You see, don't give it up. Look at a man who was younger than you that did the ultimate sacrifice. His name was Fred Hampton.
Yep. He was only 21 years old.
Exactly. And they murdered him in the bed with his wife. See,
right. That part.
My question is that Phil Scott interviewed Janie Elliott despite calling out her own people. She says Native Americans deserves reparations. However, she is not aware that Native Americans have reservations.
Right. That's what I said to
okay,
her.
Mike. Okay. All right, makes sense. You know, and excuse me. And then on top of it too, you could borrow this, you could run with this here, brother Jay. When the dumpster got rid of DEI, best thing happened for Black business because we could hire our own, or we could hire who the hell we want. Right. You know what I'm saying? But our first priority on that should be hiring our owners, because a lot of these youth out here, the 16, 17, 18-year-olds, man, they are looking for some type of guidance, rather directly or indirectly. You see?
Yeah.
Does Al Sharpton speak for the people?
All right, so I'll move on to the next topic, Shabaka, and that is Al Sharpton, or Bobblehead Sharpton, defends over Black voters at his own convention. So the National Non-Action Network, because they're not an action. There's no action with that shit. They had a convention in New York, and our brother Melrose Radio told the TI truth. So I'm gonna play this clip from Tim Blacc. Shout out to Tim Blacc. Shout out to the Wolfpack. Okay. He's gonna give us an update on Sharpton defending the Democrats over Black voters at his own convention.
Does he speak for the Democratic Party?
Yeah, with his
this clip will tell you everything you need to know. Check it out.
Tell us your name and briefly what's on your mind.
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, not. Who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm going to land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care.
This is the
Somebody
shit
get my
that
man a tissue. He need a tissue.
Yeah, man, I love this, fam. I'm going to be honest, man, straight up. I love it because the brother's speaking with fire and intensity, and he's speaking for the people. And that's my thing, man. When you have an opportunity like this, you take advantage of it, you express yourself. That's what the microphone is for. If you don't want people to express themselves and be honest about where they're coming from, about what the people want, then why you have microphones?
Right.
Only to give to a select few, only to hear what you want to hear. Now the man, Melrose, put it down. He said what the young people are thinking, and quiet as it's kept, Melrose. Some of us older and not so older are also feeling the same way. We've been feeling the same way for a long time. Now right here, we're going to listen to Al Sharpton's response. Check this out.
let me say, in terms of our report for the year, and then we're going to go on with the program. Our young people are rehearsing, getting ready for this afternoon is our youth day. I heard somebody talk about young people that tell them to just stay around. They're going to see two people afternoon, all of the youth in there. And I don't know, but you get provocateurs, because anybody that is talking to somebody younger than them holding the mic, then you know that they paid agents. And if you're in the room, if you don't like me saying that, I'll say it again. Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them. So talk that ignorance somewhere else.
Oh, nigga, you're ignorant.
And if you're in the room, if you don't like me saying that, I'll say it again. Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them. So talk that ignorance somewhere else.
Ignorance, nigga. That's the truth.
So people talking about we have been for all of our existence fighting for reparations, made every candidate pledge to it.
You ain't.
You cannot get reparations unless you elect folk that's gonna pay it. Who you gonna pay yourself?
Yeah,
so you can't at one hand say everybody don't vote for everybody, they racist, but I want reparations. Well, who gonna pay you? So either you paid or you stupid or both.
And motherfucker, you all the way up.
Yeah, see how they do? See how it is?
Yeah.
They never talk this way to white folks, and white folks make demands. When white folks tell Al to jump, Al gets to jump it.
Yep.
Don't he though? When them white liberals tell him to jump, he's like, ha ha.
Exactly.
I'm up high enough, boss. But when black people tell him something, he got something to say. He got to come back. He gonna call him stupid or ignorant or dumb. Sound just like Roland. But here's the thing. Al, so let me get this right. You say National Action Network has always advocated for reparations. Why is it that it's never been brought up for a vote on the floor?
Exactly.
Why has it never been brought up on the vote for a vote on the floor since you've been advocating for it?
Right.
So basically what you're saying is you are ineffective and you've been unhelpful in the one thing that black people have unanimously supported. You've been unable with all your time. Because that bill been around since 88. And all that time, you haven't been able to get your party to bring a vote on that bill.
Right.
I think we need to replace you, Al.
Exactly.
I think your days is over, Al.
Right.
I think you're a problem, Al.
Right.
You ain't getting it done. You either an impediment or you ain't trying. Which one is it? You either not on that side or you ineffective. You either a co-mingler or you are a defector. Something's going on, Al. You ain't been a part of the solution. So when we get some people that can be with Black America to help lead Black America that aren't on the take and that can get shit done.
Right.
And you just said you ain't the one because you ain't been able to do it. Now, we would be stupid if we continue to listen to you.
Right.
We would be stupid if we continue to follow your lead and have your ass installed as the leader. Because we ain't picked you, Al. They picked you, Al.
Exactly.
So we got some older black folks that think because you on MSNBC and because you've been picked by the DNC and because Kamala wanted to sit down and give you $500,000, then somehow that makes you a leader. You ain't no leader, Al.
Right.
Not even close, Al. You are on the take. You are corrupt. You are the opposite of the leader. Folks, I want you to open your eyes, be very clear. Pay close attention to what Al is on and who he advocates for.
And if you're in the room, if you don't like me saying that, I'll say it again. Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Al is handpicked by the Democratic Party establishment. And he's showing his true colors. This is very evident. Look, if you were an advocate for the black people, for black Americans, what would you do? You would be taking their grievances, their concerns to the people at the party. That's the whole purpose of Al Sharpton. He's supposed to be communicating your concerns. He's not supposed to jump in between you and the party. See, he serves as a buffer to the party to try to contain you, not to expand on your message, not to fight for what you want, but to voice the concerns of the party and keep you at bay. For example, if I was an advocate for inmates at a prison, and the inmates at the prison was saying, hey, we're not getting the proper medical treatment, we're not getting the proper heat, or it's hot, we're not getting AC, or the food's horrible, right? If unsanitary, or the safety, there's issues about safety. I'm not supposed to say, oh, well, what kind of food you expect them to give you? What are you talking about medical treatment? What kind of issues do you have? I mean, you got medicine, you got aspirin, what they supposed to give you? What you mean it's hot? Take some clothes off. Or it's cold, put a shirt on. You know, see, that's a person that's not advocating for the inmates, but they're advocating for the prison. You're advocating for the warrant. Right. You're advocating for the private corporation that owns that prison. Right. See, that's what Al Sharpton's are doing. He's telling you why you can't get reparations. That ain't his job. His job is not to figure it out for you or for the politician. His job is to communicate, expand, reverberate, and raise the volume of whatever your request is. Right. That's his job. His job is to amplify your message.
Right.
Because he's supposed to be a conduit for you. He worked for us, right? Doesn't he work for the people?
Yeah.
So that's the thing I have with not just Al Sharpton, same thing with Roland Martin, all these operatives of the Democratic Party.
Exactly.
They're getting their money through the Democratic Party and its mechanisms, and they work for them. I don't know how you can make it any plainer, but this video of this young man voicing the desires, wants, and demands of the people was crystal clear what the people want. Al Sharpton, is that up to you if the Democratic Party knows what to do or has their minds right, got their heads right or not? It's your job to say, this is what the people want. Get it done.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
That's all you do. It ain't your job to tell us if it can be done. It's your job to tell the Democrats it's what the people demand be done. That's what an advocate does.
Right.
If you were advocating for women, and the women say, hey, I'm being harassed on the job, your job's not to come in and tell those women, are you sure you're being harassed? Are you sure you want to talk about this? And what were you wearing that day? Now, see, that's not an advocate. That's a person arguing for the victimizer, not the victimized. Understand what I'm saying? I want to be clear here about what Al Sharpton's doing. These days are over. We see you. And we now have the platforms that we built in new Blacc Media to call you out. And we're going to continue to call you out.
That's right.
That's right. Reverend Al, them days is up, baby. Them old days is gone. You ain't the only one with a microphone. They put you up here to buffer us and to calm us down and shut us up. That ain't working. We don't need you to have a platform.
Hey,
we got the
Christina,
mic.
Sister is in the building.
Yes, she is.
He's a pacifier.
I'm
Just
Tim
like
Blacc.
Malcolm
Stay
X
courageous,
said.
stay bold, but
They're
most of all,
pacifiers.
stay dangerous.
And stay black.
That's it.
Right. Black.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and I've been looking at that bobblehead fool for years, man. You know what I'm saying? And Al Sharpton, I said it, Shabaka saying, Corey right here, go get your rainbow flag trick and go put another banana in your mouth. Go to San Francisco with it.
But you see how he tried to disparage our brother? See, this is what they do. Like, Lady Che will speak just like this at these goddamn events. And then after we speak, they'll have some hand-picked, sissified, homogenized.
Like Dr. Khalid said.
Come after us and try to debunk everything we said. But they can never say what we're saying is not true. What the brothers said was what we've been saying. You want our goddamn vote? You're going to have to cut the goddamn check. They didn't have votes to cut checks for LGBTQ, to cut checks for the illegal immigrants. They didn't have to do none of that. There was no vote cast for none of that. They just went ahead and cut the goddamn checks. But when it comes to us, oh, we got to do a study. Oh, we got to get the right politicians in office. Pacification. No, we're over that shit. Them days are long over.
Exactly. And then as Fred says, weak wrist sucker. That's exactly what it is.
What up, Bree? Certified salute. What's your thoughts on this?
What it do, Shabaka? What up, Jesse Paris?
Breeze, my man.
Like I said, man,
big shout out to Melrose Radio. That's where you find them on TikTok and others. Yeah, YouTube as well. Like I said, man, this is them once again playing the whole game. Hey, you can't get nobody. They've been saying this same excuse for damn near 15 years. You can't get nobody if you don't vote nobody in. We get Obama in. We get a whole Democratic goddamn Senate and fucking House, and they still did nothing. They still kicked the bucket down the road. So the hell with what the hell they got to say. They can keep on trying to play this shit, but we are not feeling this shit. We are woke all the way up. Not just woke, we all the way up. We not stumbling when we get up in the morning. We know what the fucking mission is. We codify. The code is the leader. And they hate this shit because these sellout bootlicks and all these niggas know that just like how with police, that's why they keep keeping criminals out on the street. They know that without this all this negativity, they won't have a fucking job. And that's what it is. And that's what we got to get across. And that's the problem with our peoples. A lot of our peoples are just like cowardly. I know a lot of my cousins and all of them are cowards. I call them that every day.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is just more kicking it down the goddamn road. To hell with them. Shout out to Tim Blacc, my good brother Tim Blacc.
Yes.
Me and him always used to get into it. And now he on our shit. See, he been pushed this way, Tim Blacc. I'm letting y'all know Tim Blacc was not like this.
He wasn't.
So yeah, I used to mix it up with him a lot on his damn channel.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the cold part about it is, man, is that they keep putting this bubblehead trick out there, man, like he's speaking for us. Like they propping him up. And like I said, because see, the thing is with me here, though, Breeze, if I was to get up there in public, man, I'll wind up getting arrested. Okay, sister. Wanted to stop through showing love. It's late. I'll catch up later. Much love, respect. Okay, Sister Akshita. Thank you for stopping by, sister. Appreciate you. Because the thing is, what he should be doing is like I've been saying on these platforms, Breeze and Jesse will tell you, man, for the last 7 fucking years. Reparations ain't no handout. It's a damn debt that's owed because without our free labor, without you motherfuckers parlaying that money off that cotton, that goddamn sugar cane for that motherfucking booze, man, it contributed greatly to the gross national product of the United States. But that was so long ago.
If we had 12 goddamn fingers right now, we could name all 12 of the goddamn corporations that still exist that benefited off of our goddamn free labor, who are sitting around now, who cater, who under Citizens United, because corporations are people too. So yeah, nigga, that makes you and your corporation liable to pay us our goddamn bread. And that's it. That's a motherfucking rat.
Yes, sir. Like Johnny Walker, Jack Daniels, you know what I'm saying? That's
GE, Procter and Gamble. Just go down the list. It's all these damn companies.
JP Morgan.
Yeah, JP Morgan. All of these companies still exist.
Okay, and then what's that there? The Hartfield Insurance Company?
All of them. All of them. They all exist.
DuPont. Yes, sir.
All of them. Mutual Liberty with their fake Indian ass goddamn image. All of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just like when you look at these stupid ass Liberty Mutual commercials, they're showing you this damn ostrich named Limu or Yamu or whatever, what the fuck he is. You know what I'm saying? You know, liberty, and all that shit.
Al Sharpton had a lot of immigrants in there. Notice a lot of them black women that was sitting behind him had blonde hair. Just pay attention to that part.
Yeah. Yeah, he had immigrants there, Michael.
Lots of immigrants. They were just in black cosplay, playing like they were black people, but they were damn immigrants. A lot of tethers.
Goddamn mops and tethers.
Yep. Melanated other peoples.
Exactly.
They think we stupid. They think we stupid. They think we stupid.
They really do, Breeze, and we got to show them, you know, Breeze, we're not playing with you.
Yeah, and we got to show them that we ain't, you see. And then also too, Bree, just like you remember, man, when the owner of the Washington Commanders that said, well, if these colored folks don't like the way we're running our goddamn team and league over there, then these niggas need to form their own fucking leagues. Well, you Nabisco motherfucker, you spoke undisputed truth right there.
Yeah, we already had those leagues, though. That's what I'm trying to say. We already had those, and they were incorporated into the system of white supremacy under the guise of integration and shit like that. And Michael, I understand that what you're saying right there, but Al knows the game of aesthetics. He knows not to put no Asians and Hispanics up there in the front. He knows that. But they were there. They were there. They were in the back, just like every time back in the 90s and early 2000s, you looked in the back of the club. There was those 5 Asians back there. There was a couple of Mexicans in the corner. All of them was always there. They in the background.
Yes, sir. And then just like what Deuce in the Quarter says right here, they have excuses after excuses playing about our damn money on the streets. That'll get your ass
not. That's right, DSB. That's right. Shalom.
He damn right about that. You know what I'm saying?
No. That's your ass, Mr. Postman.
Yeah, you see? So just like and over 6 years ago, you know, when they come up there with that man, you know, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, see? And the player who would sell us out, you got to watch the athletes. Corporations benefit from GEO stock market. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yep.
Yeah, you was right about that.
Just look at the brother. Just look at the brother Jaden Ivey, who just came out, said all that shit under the context of Christianity. And what happened? His white woman left him that fast. His white woman abandoned him. As Neely Fuller Jr. said, you will always be at a disadvantage with these Nabiscos. So when I see niggas, they not really understanding. They, you know, I know you're young. I know you thinking like with passion and all that shit from your heart. But the people around you don't got the same heart and passion as you, brother. You need to really batten down the hatches because you in the storm now. You in the motherfucking storm. You got to cut the sails, batten down the hatches, and make sure you can make it to the sunlight because everything else around you is in turmoil and chaos. And that's what they pride themselves on, keeping us in turmoil and chaos. When you seen some Democrats out here, all these black people getting unalived, you know, black people still getting unalived by the race soldiers right fucking now.
Still.
Yes, sir.
Right fucking now. We just
Trump. It's all Trump's fault, but this happened under the Democrats' leadership for what?
Exactly.
16 plus years.
Yes.
Longer than that. Like 20, I say 25 plus fucking years. They've been sitting up here giving us excuses about why they can't and this, that, and the third. Before it was black, so we switched it to lineage. Now they got other excuses now. So it's just the same old bullshit.
Right.
Yep.
And the hell with Kamala Harris and her goddamn lies. And she now want to talk about transactional voting. Bitch, you can't trick us. As Tariq just said tonight, the bitches, they clearly listening to us. They clearly writing down everything we saying. And now they're trying to rewrap it and repackage it and re-gift it and throw it back in our goddamn face as if we too stupid to see the goddamn bottom from the top.
A fucking check or no votes. Write that shit down.
Yeah, there it is. You know what I'm saying? There it is.
We don't want to hear no more other shit.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
That's why I salute my good brother Melrose on that.
Go ahead, Shabbat.
And this is why the last time I voted Breeze, Okay, I'm gonna say this one last
Go
thing.
ahead,
These
brother
last three
Shabaka. Go
sentences
ahead,
and let
Shabaka.
Breeze know. You already know what I'm doing, bro. Okay, they had a dude, a congressman out here in Nevada by the name of Scam Brown. I went on and voted for Scam Brown.
Yeah,
The reason being because he's telling me he wasn't shit. Okay, this with him being honest that he ain't gonna do a goddamn thing for me or mine, man, is what I went and voted for the motherfucker.
Word up.
You see? Because at least you honest. As opposed to some motherfucker that's up there giving me a bunch of double speak talking about what the fuck he gonna do, and then forgot about what the fuck he said in the next 2 minutes. You see? And I land my plane on that one, y'all.
And yo, good, real quick to Shabaka. Yo, I saw you sent me the link to your RBG thing. I can't I'm gonna have to respectfully decline because it says RBG. If I join in that, niggas on the thing gonna tear me a new asshole because they're like, nigga, you be against RBG. So I can't do the red, black, green thing.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know, Shabaka. I would love if you change, I got you. I already interact with you, but if I was to come in there, yeah. Cause you know that's what niggas be already fish hunting right now. They be like, yeah, let's find a way to tear this nigga Breeze down.
Okay, but hold on, Breeze. Now I got another group I'm gonna ask you to join called Resurrection of the Mental.
Okay, I'll join that. Yeah, I'll join that. That's different. But if it's got RBG in it, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yes, sir. I respect that, man. You know what I'm saying? It was my generation was doing that, but I think the last man who was said in any given situation,
something's turning my brother into a transformer.
Shabaka, you're breaking up. I don't know what it is, but you crackling.
Yeah, it's turning you into a transformer.
Okay, what
right
about now?
You good?
Okay, now we can hear.
Sound good.
Okay, what
yeah.
about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, man. So that's yeah. Okay, so therefore, man, like that.
It's happening again.
I created it. I got a group by
Shabaka, I don't know if it's
again.
Yeah, it's happening again, Shabaka.
Okay, it's probably this damn Bluetooth, man. Give me a few minutes.
Yeah, if it's Bluetooth, if it's
Bluetooth,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's Bluetooth.
Yeah, okay. Give me a few. Okay, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
So moving along, we got the U.S. Draft Update 2026. They're talking about reinstituting the draft come December of this year. So if you are aged 18 to 25, you will be automatically registered for selective service.
Yeah, that's already
family.
I just watched a report about this on the news, and they was like, what does it mean? They was like, it's pretty much the same thing that's already in place. Because when you in selective service, when you sign that selective service box on your voting thing, you're already in the draft. So that doesn't matter really. It's a misnomer.
Let's see what Lisa got to say on it. Lisa gonna give us an update.
It's good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Just a reminder, Botana oil is on sale until April 11th. And I tell you what, whoever of Iran, and let me tell you something, when it comes down to the PR war, Iran is definitely winning hands down. They are using Legos to respond to the U.S. Now, how did this all start? Donald Trump. Donald Trump was putting propaganda out against Iran, and that's what kicked off this war. But Iran, I tell you what, whoever they got doing these videos, they are top notch. Whoever's doing the videos for the United States need more schooling. Let me just put it that way. You need more schooling. So let's take a look. This is one that came out yesterday. I tell you what, the one that made me laugh the hardest was the one they did on Pete Hegseth. Boy, they didn't leave nothing out. And they did one on Donald Trump. and you know that bruise on Donald Trump's hand that he's been trying to cover up, they had him as a little Lego man with a bandage across his hand. I said, boy, they got these people down to a T. You can tell they really studied Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, you know, Caroline Levitt, all of them. They studied every last one because they got them down to a T for real. So let me show you this video that came out on the 8th from Iran. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, and I love how they have so much rap music. I said, I didn't realize the Iranians love rap music. They got a lot of rap music in these. And I think one is reggae. And some of it is, of course, part of their culture. But a big chunk of it is rap music. Thank you, everybody.
Lisa falling for that bullshit. Yeah, Lisa falling for that bullshit. Lisa falling for that bullshit.
You tweet another threat, another fake attack, but we all know
I can't hear it.
Portfolio's flat. You need the market to drop, need the oil to crash, then you buy at the bottom, flip it for cash. You don't want a war, you want the price to fall. Fake news on Truth Social, that's your only call. You scream, open the straight, but why though? So your rich friends short and watch the money flow. Fake tweet, fake news, fake hope, fake clock. Your whole game's a joke, make it stop. You crash the world, then you buy the dip. Fake war, fake tears from your fake lip. You ain't a president, you're a traitor in disguise. Fake fear in people's eyes, that's your prize. Iran's still here, the strait's still closed. Fake clown exposed, decompose. You give a few hours, fake threat. You ain't a leader, you're a loser with debt. You want the market to bleed so you can drink it, but your own people sing while you sit and think it. Should I tweet again? Should I make them cry? Bro, your whole economy's a beautiful lie. You hit Iran, the whole region goes dark, and your own ship stops. Who lights the spark? Fake power, fake muscle, fake bite, fake bark. Your best was 2 bridges in a city park. Now sit on your throne made of gold and shame. You played with fire, now watch your own flame. Fake hope, fake dope, fake rope, fake slow. You're choking on the lies, no way to cope. Fake allies, fake cries, fake skies, fake lies. 1 tweet from you and your own empire dies. You try to scare us for a market swing. Now watch your whole world burn. No song to sing. Fake traitor, fake president, fake king. Happy Tuesday. Nobody.
God damn, yo.
Man, shit can that bullshit, man. That's straight garbage.
Yeah, it is. I'm not feeling that. I'm just saying this. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Breeze.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm just saying this. I'm not for the enemy of my friend or any of
Bro,
that
this part
bullshit
had me
because
funny. They got the toilet paper. They got the toilet paper like it's hitched on to Donald Trump's pants. They got the so they
that's
know about
that
Donald
was his
Trump and them
first
diapers.
presidency.
I know that is a jab right there.
That's from his
That's
first
the part that
presidency.
had me laughing. I was like, oh shoot, they even got the toilet paper. Oh man.
Because he's full of shit.
And they come out with a new one virtually every day. They got a new one every single day.
That's all they do. That's called propaganda, Lisa. Like you were saying, Trump uses propaganda. They use
coming
propaganda
out of
too.
Iran is way better than what's coming out of the U.S. And it just goes to show you, you know,
That's right, DSB.
Schooling and all that, and these people are still inadequate at the end of the day. And yeah, you know he loves McDonald's, right? So that's what I'm saying. They studied everything about these folks. Everything.
You didn't have to study Trump loving McDonald's. He was eating it on TV in front of niggas.
Got the Epstein files and a couple of them. Oh yeah, they're really going all out. You had a line dancing. Yeah, the Lego line dancing. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Lego line dancing. That's them copying what we do.
So let's talk about the real reason why we are here. We are here because they are trying to force our young people into a draft, whether they like it or not. So starting in December of 2026, there's no more filling out a card for selective service. Now they are going to do what's called an automatic military draft. So if you're between 18 to 25 years old, whether you want to or not, you will be put in this system for an automatic draft.
Hold on real quick,
if
Jesse.
a war breaks out, all they got to do is...
Yeah, go ahead, Breeze.
So what Lisa is saying, that's sort of true, but not true, because you don't even, you have to fill out the selective service or you can't vote.
Right.
Can I, do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, you just brought back a memory, Breeze. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't think y'all can hear me. Let me go out and come back in again. See, they knew what I was about to say.
Okay, and if I think what he's saying is, as he's going in and coming out, what had happened was the reason why they was protesting the war in Vietnam so much is because the 18-year-olds were saying is, well, I can go to war and die, but I cannot select the people who are running the draft or sending me off to war. So they're going to have to revisit Muhammad Ali, the U.S. versus Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. So what I
to revisit
go ahead.
the case on that.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. They're going to have to revisit the case on that.
Go ahead, Breeze.
Yeah, all I was saying is this is the same thing that it's always been, because when you have to vote, your voting thing won't go through if you don't check that selective service box. They'll keep coming back and revisiting that question to you until you answer that vote yes on that, until you hit that check on there. So nothing is really going to be any different than what it already is. Now they're trying to, what I would say Trump is trying to do is incorporate what Israel already does, where they everybody that's going to be 18, you're going to have to enlist in the military.
Whether you like it or
male
not.
and female.
Male
and female.
Yeah, so
not female, Shabaka, just male.
Yeah, mainly males. Yeah,
no, the Israelis drafted females.
Yeah, he's talking about Israel, how they do male and female. Trump and them haven't asked for females. They've asked for just male participation. And what I'm just saying is that this is already what they do already. They make it hard for you to do certain things if you don't hit that selective service. When you go get your license renewed or your ID or anything else you got to do, they ask you, are you in selective service? They ask you all the damn time. So it's already in that clause. It's just Trump trying to make it like some, I don't know what he's running on with this. I mean, I don't know who's in his cabinet telling him that he needs to do this, but it's obviously people who don't.
This is coming straight from Pete Hegseth. This is
that's what I'm saying. He's a drunkard. They call him Pete Kegsep.
Yeah,
like, Kegs. Yeah, keg something. Because he's drinking a damn keg a day.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, damn.
So I just want to say to the people, don't be worried. It's the same old, same old. It's not like, they're going to just show up at your door and throw you on a goddamn C-130 and drop you off any goddamn where. It's pretty much the same thing. There's no new plays in their playbook.
Right. Okay, let's see what else you got to say about this.
That's it. So December 2026 is when this will begin. So so if you got kids or grandkids that age, just let them know they're going to be part of a draft.
They already know that.
They already know that.
Yeah. If you go back to the video I did on an exemption, that's what you want to go with. Just go back to that video.
I have children all of that age. And all of my daughters.
And you can say you don't believe it.
Go ahead, Breeze.
When all of my daughters graduated, I got a call from the Marines and the Army and the Air Force and the Navy. All of them asking my daughters right when they graduated if they would join the services. So that's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter. They're going to call you home. They're going to call you.
Yep.
I'm still getting text messages from the Marines right now. And that's because they know I got a nephew who's in the Marines. I got cousins. I got all different type of family who already is in the branches, so they already know. They know all your information and stuff like that. So this is nothing new. It's not something that we need to be like, oh shit, they coming to get our kids. No, they not.
Okay.
In the war, or it's for religious purposes, or and they got to get you. Even if you're in the middle of combat, they got to go out there and get you off of the battlefield. So, no, Barron. Yeah, people are bringing up Barron, So does that mean Barron got to register? He's part of the automatic draft, but we know how these lame-ass folks will set this up. It'll be everybody getting an automatic draft except for the rich people and their children. They're going to probably make sure they are exempt from this system. And they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be at all. We know how they roll up in here. It'll be all kinds of people with exceptions, and their kids won't get automatically drafted, but yours will, though. Yours will.
Look,
so
even in the 60s, let me just say
this,
this, Lisa, because you're not reading the page. In the 60s, rich kids too were still in the draft. The only difference is they're going to get officer positions. They're going to get positions behind the line. They're not going to be thrown up in the front.
Right.
See, this whole idea that the rich aren't going to be out there. Yeah, they're out there all the time. They're going to be the dumb niggas sitting behind the lines, sending your damn kids on fucked up missions. And that's where y'all should be worried. You should be like, no, I don't want the rich involved.
Exactly. Because they're just going to be telling you what to do while their asses are sitting there comfortably behind the line.
And
your kids is out there in the middle of the fucking war zone.
And they're the ones sending your kids on the effed up mission out there because they don't really understand. They're not on the ground level ever in their life. So they're going to be the ones sending your kids out there.
Yes, sir.
They're gonna try to send you to war, Kahari. Kahari's in the building. Salute, Kahari.
Salute, Kahari.
Yeah. Now, but once again, though, Brother Che, like I said, this is where you start citing the U.S. versus Muhammad Ali. A conscience is objective.
Yep, that's what Lisa was talking about.
Mm-hmm. And I bet you dollars to donuts, when the white boys get it, they're going to go to Canada again.
Again.
Thank you, everybody. All right. So, man, I don't think this would happen if he didn't get into this war with Iran. And they already know people are not running to no recruiting office over this war Donald Trump's having with Iran. And yeah, so now they're going to resort to forcing the hand of your 18 to 25-year-old.
I would love to ask
be part
Lisa
of this draft.
what she would think
Thank you
when
for the
we have
ones.
when we have statements from Kamala Harris saying that if Israel felt like they were being threatened and pressured, that she would go to war too for Israel.
So apparently, if you are a U.S. man over the age of 18, you are automatically registered to
Wait,
draft
Jesse, I couldn't hear you.
for
Hold on.
war. The U.S. has
Backing up what you're saying, the Democrats been talking about.
officially made it to.
The Democrats been talking about going to war with Iran for years.
For years. That's what I'm trying to say. So what the fuck are people talking about? This has been the mantle on both sides of the goddamn plate. You got Iran on the left side, you got Iran on the right side of the goddamn plate. It's just rather are you eating goddamn a ribeye steak on one side with lobster, or are you eating just vegetables and potatoes on the other side?
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
Where you're automatically in the running to be drafted for war.
You already are. She's
according
once
to
again,
the Hill, eligible men will automatically be registered into the military draft pool by December as part of an effort to streamline the previous process of
Did you hear that?
self-registration
She
and
said
save money.
the draft pool. That means we're already in a damn pool when you hit the selective service, which you have to. They don't let you not select selective service. Even if you say no, they come back 6 months later and say, hey, you can't do this because you didn't hit, you need to answer this question. They do it all the time. They're starting to do it with your organ donor shit.
Yep. That's why I say no on that too. Well, I said no shit. Hey, Cool Keezy's in the building. Salute, Keezy.
Hey, Cool.
What it do, Cool Keezy? What it do, Cool Keezy?
What it look like, Jack?
We going over the draft.
Yeah, everybody got to do it no matter what.
The Selective Service System, the government agency that maintains a database of men to be called up to serve in the case of a national emergency, submitted a proposed rule to the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs on March 30th, according to the office's website. So what does that mean for the future of our U.S. men?
Let me jog your memory. Do you remember in December of 2025 how we were getting a little bit concerned because they were talking about a draft and selective service that men are going to have to sign up? The reason we were concerned was because Donald Trump just signed a 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, which detailed this very same thing, that automatic registration for U.S. military draft eligible men is to begin in December. Well, it wasn't December of 2025. It's going to happen this year of 2026. But I just wanted to give you a brief update of what this means to you, your children, your loved ones. First of all, selective
Let
service
me just say that to
It
all
means
these women.
stop being a bitch.
25. Here's a very
Stop
interesting
being a
fact.
bitch and go
It
serve.
is for U.S.
Go
citizens
serve.
and also immigrants. It does
Right
not
now,
state
women don't
if
even
it's
like
a
men
non-resident
in this
or a
country.
legal resident. I believe we have more than enough video footage when the administration was asked, what do you mean immigrants? Is it going to be legal or non-residents? Are you going
If
to
my
do
son
anything
wanted to
special
go,
for them
I'm gonna
if they do
support him.
sign up and they just play on words? After this law is fully implemented and you become 18, you have 30 days to sign up for selective service.
That's a gift.
If you fail to register, you can face serious consequences, such as being
Pull up the
ineligible for
case
any
of
federal
US
programs. That can
versus
be in the Pell
Ali.
Grant, student loans. You may have to pay a fine up to $250,000, or you can
I've
spend
never
5
met a
years
dude
in
that
jail.
never
Do you see how this news might
registered.
be hitting a lot closer to home?
Me either.
What do you think about this? Inquiring minds want to know.
You got to be a
That's what my
whole
old
bitch.
heads.
to do
So
that.
I seen on the Twitter that they saying they finna start drafting motherfuckers that's 18 through 25. This is for the niggas. Y'all automatically getting drafted to put on that motherfucking list.
Jesse,
So
get
thank
this
God. I'm
nigga
not
off.
telling my
I don't
age,
like
but
niggas with no
you know,
shirts on.
bitch, I'm not getting motherfucking drafted with you hoes. Either way, go. Even if I
That
was a
nigga's
YN,
moist.
I still wouldn't go.
Yeah,
But
that's
I'm
just
the trunk. I'm
what
out
I
of
was
story.
about to
Y'all
say.
can't make me go fight for a fucking country that don't give a fuck about me. I'm supposed to go out there and go get on the battlefield for Trump. It's the fact that them hoes
Knock
say
it
y'all
off. I ain't-
automatically like
This,
it
I'm
ain't
not
no ifs,
dependent.
ands, or
My
buts
life ain't
about it. Like
dependent
even
on
if like
what
it's like,
this
okay,
nigga do.
bring your ass. Come on, we need more
This
y'all
nigga can't
because
protect
motherfuckers not
me.
signing up. So we need to start picking bitches out the crowd. Like what? That's insane.
This nigga got a
Who
Scully
he
with
gonna
no shirt
stop?
on.
Out that men ranging from 18 to 25
She's
will
a tether.
automatically be registered to be drafted
She'll
into the
beat up that
military.
nigga.
And it's just so
Yeah.
crazy that y'all can
She got a
automatically
strong face.
register people for the military, but cannot automatically register people to vote. And honestly, I feel like everyone who voted for
Well, see,
Trump
that's what you got
should
to
be
look at
picked
the
first.
Ali case
And
again,
this
because
will
that
be
was the
taking place
argument
at the
back
end
in
of this year.
1972.
And I understand this has been happening, but it's the fact of now
Oh,
that
it's,
She look like
that
she
you
drunk.
realize
She had
it's
a
been happening. Did you hear
before
that? She just
anything.
said
And I
she
understand
realized
it's
it's
yeah.
been
required
happening.
by law that when you turn 18,
So that
you have to
disregards
register
everything she's saying.
for the military. But
Yeah,
now
she
they are just
babbling.
automatically registering people to do it as soon as they turn 18. And how is that fair? Even if you're trying
All
to
they
force somebody
doing
to
is
do
taking
something that
your
they
ass
don't want
out
to
the
do.
mix.
And if I'm being honest, I don't think it will end well. They could
Yep.
literally force every Black person
But there's another
to
game they're going to
do
run that
it,
I'm going to say
or
after you
something much
finish.
worse could happen, like a revolution. How would you feel if that was your child that automatically had to go fight for a war that they didn't want to fight for? But this is exactly
That
what
was
people
called
voted for.
Vietnam,
But
bitch.
y'all
That
so
was
up and
called
down that Kamala
Vietnam.
Harris was going to be
Exactly.
so emotional and start a war
And I had
and send everybody to the
served there,
military.
and
But
thank
no,
God they came
this
back.
That
administration
was
is
called
doing that.
Peru.
They just
That
said
was
eligible
called
young men will be
Panama.
automatically registered for the draft later this year. That shit crazy.
Automatic registration for the U.S. military draft begins later this year. Most men will be automatically put into the selective service system within
See
30
what
days of
you
their
already
18th
do.
birthday, starting in
That's
December.
automatic.
Originally, men between the ages of 18 and 25 were required to register themselves. The SSS claims
the
this
problem,
change
though?
is meant to save taxpayer money and streamline the
It's
process.
the fear
Women are still
mongering. The
ineligible
fear
for the draft.
mongering.
Breaking news
The
coming out of the
fear.
U.S.
It's
The
the
automatic
fear
registration
mongering.
for the United States military draft will begin in December of 2026, and most likely this will
I've
affect
yet to hear
males from the
anybody
age of
articulate
18
the
to
problem with it.
25. Let's go over the specifics and discuss. So, beginning December 18th, the selective service system
I
will
don't like this
automatically
nigga
register
cool
eligible
man too
men,
mustache.
U.S. citizens and residents age 18 to 25 for the military draft using federal data from the Social Security Administration
That
and the
nigga's
Department of Motor
Mexican.
Vehicles. This shift from
Yeah,
self-registration
that's
to
what I'm
automated
looking at.
registration mandated by the
I
fiscal year
think he
2026
Mexican.
National Defense Authorization Act aims to improve compliance and equity
He been
while
eating
reducing
tacos.
costs, according to proponents. Now, this is not a new draft, right? This law does not create a new military draft. It only updates the registration process for a potential
That's it.
future Congress authorized draft. Automatic process. This SSS will register
I smell
individuals
Goya
automatically,
powder.
likely within 30 days of their 18th birthday, using data from other
See what it
federal
says?
agencies. So before, you
Registration
had to
still
register
required.
for the
You still
military
have
draft,
to
right? You had to
do it.
register for the SSS, but now you will be automatically registered once you turn 18, 30 days after your 18th birthday.
What I told you,
Most likely you're going to start getting
DMV
registered up
data.
until the age of
I
25.
just said
Now,
this.
until then, until
Yep.
December 18th, registration is still required. The current self-registration requirement remains. Data usage. The system uses records from, as I mentioned, SSA and DMV data to ensure compliance. And the reason for the change is that it aims to address the decline in registration rates since
Then that
2020
means
and
that
ensures all
Barron
men
Trump
are
is going to
registered.
go in there and be the
Applicability, this
first
remains
one,
applicable
right?
only to men aged 18 and 25. Women are not currently included in the draft registration, despite discussions in the past. So much for equality. I know the feminists are going to be upset about this one. Consequences of non-registration.
No, they not.
Failure to register previously or after this change can still result in penalties, including ineligibility for federal employment and student loans. This update aims to ensure a more complete database, as the previous system of self-registration was often
Did you hear
overlooked,
that? You
particularly
won't
affecting
be able to
lower
get
socioeconomic
loans.
nations. Now, let me know what you all think about this. I personally believe the timing is convenient. All right. I believe the timing of all of this is convenient with everything that's going on. And we start to see members of the House of Representatives, as well as other American leaders and politicians, starting to speak out against President Trump. But all the while, they are doing things to supposedly save money and get people registered, right? Whether they register on their own or not, they're going to get you registered either way. So is this for what's going on in Iran? Did they see a longer gain, or is this for something more sinister taking place in the future, right? I don't know,
So
but
if
if
the
you are
case of
between the
United
ages of
States
18
versus
and
Ali,
25 and a man or woman, let me know what you think about this. If you are a feminist, are you mad
they're
that
not
you
going to
are
get rid of it.
registered for the draft? Or
It's
if you are
for the
18 to 25 years old
raza.
living in America, how do you feel about this? Are you happy? Are you sad? Do you feel like you got to do what you got to do? You're not
I
worried?
don't
Let me know in
feel
the
no
comments.
type
It's
of way.
12 a.m., April 9th, 2026. Follow me for more updates, breaking news, think pieces, and beyond.
U.S.
The
military
first
will
thing I
I
automatically
ain't
register
following that
eligible
nigga.
men for selective
motherfucker
service
up right
draft
Nobody's
here.
system
following
later
that
this year.
nigga.
You got to
Previously,
pull up the
onus
case of
was on men
United
to
States
register
versus
themselves. Selective service system or military draft was established in 1917 by President Woodrow Wilson after the U.S. entered World War I. Under federal law, most males
I
between
don't
18
like
and
niggas
25
who
years
sit in
old
their
are
car and
required
talk.
to register with the selective service
This
system.
ain't no nigga,
These
man.
Congress
This
and
is
the
an
president authorize
ayo
the military draft.
Yeah, he's something
yo
else.
yo
They have
white
to
dude.
self-register within 30 days of their 18th
John
birthday.
B's
He might be
cousin.
like,
Are
hey,
allowed to register late without
he might
penalty
be a Puerto
until they turn
Rican or something.
26. Failure to register is considered a crime that could disqualify you from
I'm
student
white like
loans,
you.
most federal
I don't
jobs,
gangbang no
U.S.
more.
citizenship for immigrants, stars and stripes.
What did I just
I don't
say,
Muslim
gangbang
Jesse,
no
Muslims
more.
about?
exempt from registering. A new rule passed by Congress last year will automatically register eligible men in the system, which transfers responsibility for registration from individual men to SSS through integration with federal data sources, according to the Selective Service Systems website. Draft registration has declined in recent years, according to the Military Times, in part because federal student loans forms removed the option to register in 2026. According to the Selective Service System, automatic registration will be in place by December 2026. The U.S. has drafted soldiers to fight in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. The country ended conscription and moved to an all-voluntary
Look,
military
notice how they
in
always stop
1975.
at the Vietnam War.
President Jimmy Carter brought back
they
registration for the
forget
draft in
Panama, they
1980
forget
when the
Iraq,
Soviet
they
Union
forget
invaded
Peru,
Afghanistan.
they forget all the other wars we've been
Not that I really
involved in.
believe that our votes actually do anything, but
Yeah,
the way
Desert
to get
Storm,
rid of demographic of
Afghanistan.
people that you
That bitch
don't
got eyes
want
like a
to vote
frog.
against you because you know you'll never get their vote is to eliminate them. And you
She
know,
definitely
besides
mess with
women
white
thing,
dudes.
you know what's crazy
Yeah, only
is
white
that
dudes.
instead of being able to have people to protect our future, which is literally the young people of the world, let's just have them automatically drafted into a war that we already started, that we know there's going to be hella conflict from. Yeah, just sit with that thought.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know no brothers hitting that.
yeah. She didn't say nothing of
So, y'all, that's
She
what
sound goofy.
concerns me. I think what they'll try to do is claim this is going to be done
Lisa's
to
doing
everybody,
fear
but when the
mongering. That's
war
all I'ma say.
is still going on, and I think the reason why they're doing this is because they're anticipating this war is going to go on all through 2026 and beyond, and they know they're going to have a lot of casualties. So
Yeah, they know they're gonna lose some people.
and they're going to handpick our children, our melanated children.
That's what they
to be
did,
the ones
bitch,
on
in
the front line.
Vietnam.
That's what I think they will do, and then try to sit around.
Why she gotta
and
be all
pretend
that?
like, oh no, this is random. It's random. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. In order for them to automatically register you, they already know everything about you. They know
They
where you
still
are,
do it
where
as
you
a
live,
random pick.
what race
They
you
still
are,
do it as a
how
random
old
pick.
you are. They already got all the information they want about you. So it would be nothing for their system to handpick a bunch of our melanated 18 to 25-year-old men and throw them in there on the front line first. It would be nothing for them to do that. I don't
Little fact right now. Let's a little fact right now. They have increased the enlistment age to 46. Just letting y'all know.
It's okay to throw our people out of the military, but when it comes down to losing their lives, it's okay to utilize them then. These people are full of shit like that.
Yeah.
This is nothing
new. One thing we got on our side, we can come together and all collectively say no when that time comes.
Yeah, you just gonna get up and run to Canada.
Let
and
these
we
rich
don't
people
flee.
send their kids. They always getting out of everything. Let them send their kids.
Their kids will be there. Their kids will be there sending your poor kids into the combat.
Y'all should go.
Exactly, because
you
the
don't
rich
get
people
it.
are gonna be officers. Exactly.
They're going to be officers. They're going to come in automatically as officers.
Y'all should be nobody should be bigger out there than you when it comes down to a draft.
I think Lisa and them don't get it.
So
Our military suffered this
I
under
get it.
Vietnam.
I get it, and I think she's right. Shit, put them motherfuckers out there. Don't put my son out there. I got a son. I got a son, and I don't want that. I don't want that boy on no front line.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah, but if the rich are put into the officer positions, who you think they're going to put in the field? They're gonna be.
It don't matter if my son ain't on the. If my son's not there, it don't matter if they are officer or whatever. They get blown up too. Ain't no motherfucking terrorist worried about if you an officer or not. He blowing all y'all motherfuckers up. What you talking?
Yeah. If they we talking terrorists, that's two different.
Hold on. Let's not get the white officers. Let's only kill the niggas. Nah, they killing all you niggas. They killing everybody out there.
Yeah,
and they trying to get over here on this land and this soil and kill your motherfuckers.
Let me just say.
So why you talking all that shit? You crazy, nigga? We need troops on the street.
Yeah,
we need troops on out there, and I would prefer that they be them niggas' kids. They kids, just like Lisa said.
In Iraq and Afghanistan, they didn't get many officers.
Man,
officers are nothing. And this
if you got the wrong uniform on, and you on the wrong, you in the wrong country.
It's already wrong. It's the wrong uniform because our uniform is black. Our uniform is our skin color, as Neely Fuller Jr. said. So all that y'all talking don't make no damn sense because we already wearing our uniform.
But we talking in on terms of this war, in these wars that we starting. So it don't matter. They got people with the same skin color on their team,
and it don't matter. It don't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter regardless of if anything. We gonna be in the mix. We gonna be in the mix.
Everybody's gonna be in the mix. That's why they call it
today's world.
Everybody's in the mix. Ain't no getting out.
We've never had a full. We've never had full world war. We've had world.
That's what the fear is. That's what everybody's bracing for. Because it's gonna get to that.
You gotta get over the fear. You gotta get over the fear.
It's gonna get to that. That's what. No. I'm not having any fear. But I'm telling you, that's what everybody else is in the whole world. That's why you keep hearing World War, because that's what everybody's anticipating things to come to.
Yeah,
everybody's gonna be in it. Ain't no getting out of it.
When it becomes a world war, that means it's total war. That means the children involved, the women involved, the men involved, old people, everybody's in it. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. That's why I was at Adonis Adonis Crash Boom when he was talking about if a world war break out, you're gonna need a passport to go where, nigga?
No,
if
ain't
it's
no
world
passports.
war.
Ain't no passports at that point.
That's what I'm
Ain't none
trying to
of that.
say.
No
If it's
passport.
a world war, nigga, where you running to? That means it's
You ain't
every
going nowhere.
goddamn where. So
You ain't going
all this
nowhere. Every country's
whining and
gonna be a
crying
war.
about something that's inevitable, that's a misnomer. What we got to do is try to say, hey, let's vote people in who are less warmonger like, which we don't get on
Ain't
either
none.
side.
There ain't none.
That's
There
what
ain't
I'm
none.
trying to say. On both sides are warmongers. We don't, because war is profit. War is money. That's what we're living in this
war is
capitalistic world. It's everywhere.
Right.
The Chinese are gearing up for war. Everybody's geared. Who's ever involved in getting some type of money is involved in getting ready for war.
It ain't just some type of money. It's all the money. Who there's control and power. Who wants to control to be the world power of everybody? So
exactly.
America's been going around doing it and thinking that they running something, and they losing power because they are.
Theodore. That happened.
Look, they losing power because they are refusing to give us reparations. That's why they losing power.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Ain't nobody respecting them. They ain't no country. They can't get no respect from no country until they pay that check, and they find it out in real time.
Get no respect. They still wouldn't get no respect.
Yeah, well, the only respect is gonna come is from us, and they know that. The world knows it.
Right.
So all that get your people in office, get your people in power.
Yeah, we're the only group that has fought this wicked system abroad and ashore. We're the only group. So that's what I'm trying to say. They already know the score. They know the score. We're up here whining about something that's inevitable.
He say whining. She just don't want our people on the front line. That's what
We're going to be on the front line. That don't matter. Who's going to stop us being on the front line?
Why are you so emotional about it? What she's saying?
I'm not emotional about it.
Like that. I ain't appreciating that. You don't need to be calling Lisa.
I didn't call her a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch.
She's not doing nothing off code. She's not doing nothing to harm folks.
Lisa does.
She's not harming the black community.
A lot.
She's not doing nothing.
A lot off code. Lisa does a lot off code.
Why does she deserve to be called a bitch?
I didn't call her a bitch.
Why do you need to do that?
But Lisa does a lot off code.
I heard you, bro. I heard you.
You didn't hear me say, all right, what statement where I said she was a bitch? I talked about the people on the in the pictures. I called them a bitch. I didn't say Lisa was a bitch. I didn't say Lisa Cabrera is a bitch. I didn't say Lisa Cabrera is a bitch. I said what y'all. I said whining about. I'm not. I can't hear you because you turned into a transformer.
You breaking up, easy.
What I'm saying is we're sitting here, we're whining about something that's inevitable. It's like either get it on or get it off. We're going to have to stand on something about that. And the fact we're going to be on the front lines. If you go back and look at Vietnam, 66% of the black workers, black soldiers were all on the front line. We took the
70%, sir.
We took the brunt. We took the brunt of the Vietnam War. When it came to Panama, we took the brunt of that war. When it came to Iraq, we took the brunt of that war.
Right. So do we have to have a repeat of that?
How are we going to say no?
Easy.
Because as a brother who was in Iraq, I'm not going to say no when they tell me my mission.
So you're not going to be insubordinate?
No, I'm not, because guess what I'm going to say about me when I say no to my mission? And I'm going to go to jail. I'm automatically going to jail. I've seen brothers go to jail. And they're going to put your ass up in motherfucking
Leavenworth.
Leavenworth. You going to Leavenworth.
That's cool, and that's the spot for me. That's the spot for me, man. I'm not going.
I don't know. I don't think you know how bad Leavenworth is.
That's cool. Let's get it. Run it. If it was good enough for Muhammad Ali, it's good enough for me.
Muhammad Ali didn't go to Leavenworth. He never went.
No,
wherever.
Man, when he was going to court, okay, he put up an appellate bond, and keep in mind
he didn't. But he never went to Leavenworth.
No, sir, he didn't. He got arrested on bullshit charges, man, because the police were stopping him because of who he was when he was driving back and forth. Okay, but he never went to no federal penitentiary because the United States Supreme Court had ruled.
That's right, Michael. That's why it's called war.
That he is a conscientious objector. You see what I'm saying? And then I'm arguing with some fucking Nabisco going to tell me, well, Ali should have went up there, man, and went to Vietnam. He should have fought exhibitions. Exhibitions for what? Motherfucker, don't you know, man, that boxing is a deadly business. It's the only fucking sport. There ain't a goddamn game. He did, right? Well, what about Joe Louis? He went, and look how the fuck Joe Louis wound it up, man. They hit Joe Louis with the evasion, man, and broke the man.
Look.
Well, I guarantee you it'll be a lot of motherfuckers in Leavenworth filling it up.
Look, I'm going to say this. When the same time when they was doing that to Muhammad Ali, they had a white boy named Elvis Presley. And Elvis Presley was out there. And Elvis Presley wanted to go to war, but they put him in the background. They're like, nah, nigga, you can't get out here.
No, Elvis Presley went in during peacetime, big homie.
No, Elvis Presley was in during war.
The end of the 19th.
I don't know nothing about Leavenworth, but if I can make it at Buena Vista, I made it out of Buena Vista, so I can make it at anywhere else. God damn it.
Yeah, Buena ain't no joke.
Okay, but the thing is, Elvis Presley went in peacetime in 1958. They didn't have no war in 1958. The Vietnam conflict started August 5th, 1964.
Michael, wealthy white kids are on the ground, but they're in the background. They're not in the front line.
Right.
Only the white kids who gonna choose to be in the front gonna be up there on the line. That's what they show in what's the movie with Charlie Sheen when he was in? Remember, Charlie Sheen character is a wealthy kid. He don't have to be in the war. You know what I'm saying? Remember
Platoon.
Platoon. Remember him and King? Remember him and King are having a discussion. King said, that's got to be some rich shit you thinking right there, white boy. You ain't even have to be here.
Well, all Lisa's saying is it needs to be reversed, where they rich asses out there on the line without no choice, and they got to be the first one.
Yeah,
because and our niggas is the officers.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen because white kids.
I'm not gonna say what's not gonna happen because I don't know. I don't know what the future may hold. I can't tell you what may or may not happen.
The wealthy are not going to know how to fight a damn war. Those of us who are from the ground up, we know how to fight war and survive a war. If you put a bunch of, they learned this back during the Napoleonic times, the Napoleonic Wars. Because remember, in those times, a lot of the officers who led these soldiers, even in the Civil War, a lot of the people who led soldiers into combat and suffered 75% of deaths were those wealthy, rich people, because they were leading. They wanted to be leaders. They didn't want to be in the back. So they changed all that shit because wealthy white people didn't have no heirs. Yeah, when you was wealthy, normally wealthy people, they have their children when they're old. They don't have their children like we do when we're like young and shit.
Right.
So they can't get no new heirs and shit for the goddamn dynasty that they're trying to create. So they changed it in that manner.
Shabak, I got it pulled up about Ali's draft resistance.
Go ahead.
So he refused induction on April 28th, 1967 in Houston, Texas. Ali refused 3 times to step forward when his name was called for induction into the armed forces. He did a conscientious objector status. Ali applied for the status as a conscientious objector, arguing that his religious beliefs as a member of the Nation of Islam forbid him from participating in war. The legal consequences immediately were he was stripped of his heavyweight title and boxing license. On June 20th, 1967, he was convicted of violating selective service laws, sentenced to 5 years in prison, and fined $10,000. The Supreme Court ruling Ali did not go to prison but remained free while appealing his conviction. On June 21, the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously 8-1 overturned his conviction in Clay versus United States. The impact was his stance made him a polarizing figure, but solidified his status as a counterculture icon and a champion of civil rights and anti-war movements.
Now think about who was on that Supreme Court. What's our brother from Baltimore, Maryland? What the hell is his name? He was a light-skinned kind of
Marshall.
Thurgood Marshall was on that Supreme Court. He was on that Supreme Court, and if you go back and read some of his statements about that, he was saying the same thing we saying about, well, why aren't the rich kids being on the front line? And he was saying the same thing of that nature. And they countered him with, there are rich kids on the battlefield. They countered him with just that exact thing. That we got plenty of rich kids out there, and they don't make good soldiers.
Yep. All right, y'all. I'm gonna move on to the next topic. This is a very interesting discussion we had. So, the UK bans Kanye. Why his haters need to destroy him. That's the next topic.
That's more to do with Israel than anything else.
So Professor Black Truth's going to give us an update on that.
Let's go.
Kanye West may be bipolar, but it's the white powers that be that are going nuts. They can't believe what's been happening, and this is clearly getting under their skin. The people have spoken. Worse, the young people have spoken. The future. But the white media is desperately trying to conjure magic, trying to paint their own realities and convince themselves that the world is still flat. Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal is a good example of attempting to dictate to the public what they should think. Just look at this headline. Kanye West is seeking redemption. There's a long road ahead. Well, considering the fact that this guy made $33 million in a single weekend, I would say the journey's going to be a short one. But when the white media says there's a long road ahead, they're talking about themselves. Oh, yeah, you people out there, you made this guy $33 million in a single weekend. Yeah, you probably think to yourselves that we don't matter, but you know what? We're not going to let up on him. It's going to be years and years. We're going to keep on snipering at him as if anyone cares. Kanye West is seeking redemption from who? You see Kanye West asking for redemption from anybody? You see him running around saying, I need to be redeemed. He's not. Instead, he's just doing his concerts. He could care less about redemption. This is the white media signaling, well, Kanye West, he needs to get on his knees. He hasn't groveled before us enough. The white media is still butthurt about him, but it's the public who moved on from all of that scandal stuff, and the white media is coping hard as hell. Underneath the headline, this hit piece says, a #2 album release and 2 Los Angeles area stadium shows test fans' appetite for more Ye after his apology. Really? Somebody actually had the gall to write that and to publish it online? Since when has having a #2 album been apparently some sort of sign of failure? And on top of that, 2 sold-out shows at the Sophie Stadium, and you got the white media sitting here trying to claim that this is testing fans' appetite. Well, I'd say that the fans have a very large appetite for Kanye West, and they want more of the guy, obviously. It's these white media types. They're the ones who are like, these people who are going to his shows, they're testing our patience. This is how a so-called business publication reports on a black man making tens of millions of dollars off of just 2 shows, which, by the way, are among the largest amounts ever generated by a live show. And Kanye West being number 2 on the charts, first of all, is not the first time. And secondly, after the nonstop demonization he's been subjected to for the last several years, he ought to be at number 2,000 on the charts. Hell, he shouldn't even be on the charts. Forget about being in the top 10. The way that he's been run through the mud for so many years, you would think that he wouldn't be on the charts at all. That the public would be saying, Kanye West, we don't want anything to do with him. You would think that, but it didn't happen. Kanye has as much support as he ever has. And you know that some of the white children of these same white media writers are the ones singing his songs, going to his concerts, and talking about how much they love him and how all that social media scandal stuff, well, that doesn't matter to us. You see, with the white media, this kvetching and gnashing of teeth, this isn't anger, it's fear. Sure, they're sitting here looking all salty and all grimy, but remember, almost all manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. Show me somebody who's losing their cool, and I'll show you someone who's scared of something. It's not any of that phony anti-Semitism that moves the world, but the white powers that be losing their ability to make a black person grovel before them. That's why these guys are making all this noise. Kanye West gave the bastards one apology, and he was done after that. They were like, wait, there's supposed to be more. You're supposed to be apologizing a lot more. You need to do an apology tour. And he said, no, I'm going to go ahead and do a music tour instead. That's what Kanye West did. He's not on his hands and knees begging the white powers that be for forgiveness or redemption. He's not doing any stupid interviews with trash like Robin Roberts, the way that Nate Parker so foolishly did. Kanye West is handling his comeback on his own terms. And as the white powers that be see it, they need for him to be damaged goods. They need to prove their power. That's what it's about. They have to prove, mostly to themselves, that they still have the power to shape reality with just their twisted words. The ability to conjure magic. Kanye knows that as long as his shows continue to sell out and he continues to maintain his massive support, then the white media's pathetic daydream headlines will look stupid to the people who really matter. You know, the young people who are forking over $33 million in a single weekend just to see the guy in person. So, since the white media couldn't ruin him in the eyes of his massive fan base, the white media is now desperately trying to beat him by using their political connections. The propaganda arm of white supremacy failed, so they're appealing to the administrative arm, crooked politicians and bureaucrats who are as threatened by his show of self-determination as the white media is. They're trying to score a victory. They're trying to bestow a victory on themselves through their headlines because they failed to defeat Kanye where it really mattered, at the cash register. And here the white media is celebrating the Brits cutting off their own noses to spite their faces. This hurts them more than it does Kanye. But that's all that matters to the people who run the white media. They could care less about that. They don't need those jobs. Their job is smearing people, preferably black. But nothing they're doing is going to stop Kanye from making millions per day. In Britain, you have the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who apparently wanted to show his paymasters that he's doing the most by going on Twitter and personally posting that Kanye West should never have been invited to Britain in the first place and that his government will always uphold British values. Now, who is he to decide who ought to be invited to Britain and who shouldn't? Well, apparently that's what his values are, dictatorial control, because that's what British values have always been: hypocrisy, moral cowardice, corruption, and garden variety racism. Since when has a head of state ever gone on social media so he could tell the world that he canceled a concert? Apparently to him, this is important. I want the entire world to know that I told Kanye West, you can't come to Britain. He should never have been invited. Yeah, you know that he's trying to please some Zionist donors with that one. That's the real audience for this statement. You can tell when the fix is in, but he's not fooling anyone. When you look at the timeline for his post and you see how people responded, the first thing they pointed out was how Keir Starmer was shaking hands with the new president of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, who, by the way, is a terrorist. And I mean that literally. He was the leader of al-Qaeda in Syria. He was responsible for God knows how many killings and massacres. He was on the U.S.'s terrorist watch list with a $10 million bounty on his head, and the UN had sanctions against him for terrorism. But in the closing days of the Syria war, or America's war in Syria, this al-Sharaa character told the U.S. that he was willing to play ball and he would help topple the Assad regime if the U.S. didn't object to him becoming the leader of Syria afterwards, which of course is exactly what happened. So you got a former leader of al-Qaeda who was killing people in Syria, and now he's the president of Syria with the U.S.'s connivance. The U.S. removed him from the terrorist watch list, by the way, and they also lifted that $10 million bounty off his head. Not that anybody was ever going to get it. And the UN, of course, followed suit. So as usual, the UN is a puppet of white American power, which is exactly what I told you that they are. And after this guy was no longer officially considered a terrorist anymore, how have things gone in al-Shiraz, Syria? About as well as you would think. His government was immediately back in the headlines after al-Shiraz so-called security forces killed more than 1,000 civilians. Why? Because these civilians were suspected of having been loyal to the former ousted Syrian leader Bashar Assad. So when the US talks about installing a democratic regime, this must be what they're talking about. And this is obviously British values. Now, this is important because this is the guy who Keir Starmer was shaking hands with, a terrorist. So for those of you who are taking notes, if you say something that Keir Starmer doesn't like, then you should never be invited to Britain. But if you're a leader of Al-Qaeda and a terrorist responsible for thousands of deaths, then you can be invited to shake hands with him in Buckingham Palace. Go ahead and have your photo taken with this incompetent empty suit who's pretending to be a world leader. People see right through this guy, by the way, but the Keir Starmers aren't worried about that because their position isn't based on whether he gets caught pulling some low-key racial double standard. And on a side note, something that needs to be said with the white media's attacks on Kanye West, you notice how none of these white media outlets ever says allegedly when talking about his anti-Semitic remarks? None of them says alleged anti-Semitic remarks because that's what they say. Somebody who makes anti-Black statements, somebody goes ahead and spouts some anti-Black slurs. Well, it's allegedly anti-Black. It's allegedly racist remarks. With Kanye West, no. We can go ahead and conclude everything he said is anti-Semitic. No allegedly about it. See how the weasel words work? But understand, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. What they're doing here is they're trying to start a real campaign to see if they can derail this guy's comeback. They're already looking ahead and saying, well, what other countries is Kanye West planning to go on tour in? Oh, he's planning to go to Italy. Let's go ahead and see if we can run this playbook there too. We'll have some people, most of them getting paid by us, or at least people who are closely aligned with us, and they'll say, well, we're bothered by this Kanye West guy showing up, and we think that it's problematic. Oh, he's planning to also go to the Netherlands. Let's go ahead and do the same thing there too. We'll have some malcontents who are either being paid by us or at the very least closely aligned with us, and we'll also make sure that they get some headlines for whatever whining and kvetching they may do, and then we'll go in front of the politicians and say, look at these headlines, look at these people, these 2 or 3 idiots who are in front of your campaign office. Don't you know that there's a huge firestorm of controversy here about this Kanye West guy? When are you going to do something about him? But let's be honest, practically all of these politicians were hand-selected by white power, and they were installed in those posts by white supremacy. And that being the case, you don't really have to twist their arms. I mean, Keir Starmer didn't have to be threatened or coerced or even told twice. All he needed to see was Kanye West. Well, I must do the bidding of white supremacy. That is my job, after all. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to see if they can go ahead and, in their minds, if they can put together a string of wins against Kanye West. And what are these wins? It's going to be to have their sock puppets, their bought and paid for crisis actors, you know, the apparatuses that they always rely on to try to bring up a phony scandal and try to claim, see, there's a popular movement here, when in reality, there's just a handful of bought and paid for shills who dark money has put on the payroll to get out there and do this stuff. For God's sake, none of these people are doing this organically. They're all working for interested parties. And if you actually went in depth with the names and the organizations of some of these Kanye haters, I can bet you that you wouldn't even find 2 degrees of separation between them and some white dark money donors who put them up to it. And don't let anybody tell you that this is about anti-Semitism. Do you seriously think that these racists who own and run the white media and these white corporations care what Kanye said? You didn't see any of these people losing their mind when Elon Musk gave a Nazi salute, no allegedly to it. Although that's what the white media said. Back when Elon Musk did that, they claimed that it was a Nazi-looking gesture or an allegedly Nazi salute. That's what they said about that. Kanye West has generated...
That's your African-American.
...single weekend. That's what the headline should have all been, but this was about pushing a narrative. The reason that they hate Kanye West now is because he's still making big money. But do you think that they would be griping about him if he started paying some people off? Because you know that's what they want. If he had spread some money around, you think they'd still be sitting here saying, well, Kanye West has a long way to go to be redeemed? No, instead the headlines would be, Kanye's well down the road of redemption. That's what the white powers that be want. They want him to give them his money. He needs to give up some of it, a lot of it. He needs to go ahead and pay them off. That's what this is really about. Oh, you want us to stop this defamation campaign? You want us to stop this smear campaign? Well, it's going to cost you, nigger. They weren't able to put a criminal case on Kanye. There's no strange white women coming out of the closet making accusations. So how do they claw back all of his money? They try to make him radioactive, make it where people are scared to host a Kanye show, or people they hope will feel self-conscious about attending a Kanye concert. That's what the goal here really is. This is about trying to scandalize him out of existence. And it's about trying to attack the people who would pay money to see him perform. It's about making them feel like, oh, well, Kanye West is anti-Semitic, so I really don't want to be seen going to his concert. This is the next best thing that they could do, though. Have their government buddies hand down a quickie ban on the grounds that he's a bad influence. This is something that happens mostly with black people. If they can't jam some black person up on phony public morals charges, then their foreign office will claim that there was some sort of technicality that black people violated and that they have to turn us away at the border or at the airport. And they got to also make sure they announce it to the world too. Because that's what they always do whenever somebody is banned from Britain, right? Whenever they go ahead and reject somebody's visa, they always go on social media all the time and do that every single case, right? Of course not. And they don't need a reason, they just need an opportunity. I, for one, don't want to hear it. Kanye West is not trying to play victim here. He knows what he said and he's taking responsibility for it. He doesn't owe any of these corporations or anyone in the white media an apology. He doesn't owe the white British government an apology either. He doesn't owe any of these clowns out here an apology. Isn't that what these exact same trash told us about John Davidson? Why, John Davidson doesn't owe black people an apology. In fact, he doesn't owe an apology at all. These liars were saying that he didn't even owe Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo an apology because, after all, he has a condition. That's his get out of jail free card. Well, Kanye West is legitimately bipolar. He can't help what he does either. So he doesn't owe anyone an apology, not a person, not a group, nobody. Because if that's what's good enough for the black community, then it's going to have to be good enough for everyone. These are the rules that everybody's going to have to abide by, like it or not. And all of this phony outrage about Kanye West means nothing compared to the real money he's been making. Don't kid yourself. Do you think that the likes of Ari Emanuel would be criticizing Kanye West at all if Kanye gave him some money? If Kanye went ahead and kicked him off, you think he wouldn't immediately start saying, well, everybody, you know, Kanye West is a very complex figure. He's very complex, you see. And, you know, we need to occasionally show people some grace. He's seen the error of his ways. And you know what? We're in constant communication with him to make sure he stays on the straight and narrow. And, well, you know, I believe in second chances. That's what they'd be saying instead. If Kanye gave in to their extortion demands, which is exactly what this is. This is the white media carrying out a high-tech extortion plot. They can't stop Kanye from making money. And they can't stop throngs of people from coming to see this guy. He's making millions of dollars without missing a beat. If you didn't know better, you'd swear that this tempest in a teapot about alleged anti-Semitism never even happened. Because the crowd certainly don't seem to have noticed. That's why the white powers that be see this as being an L for themselves, because under white supremacy, anti-Semitism is the intersection of white power, buffer groups, and in so many cases, anti-black racism. Kanye West should have been a minor footnote by now, hounded into obscurity, and everyone ashamed to even whisper his name. It's a racial double standard, and that's the entire point. For the owners of the white media, they shape reality with their words. But what happens when people stop listening? They lose their power. That's what happens. And without their power, they lose everything else. Kanye West is not a hero to the black community, but neither are the racial hypocrites who are attacking him. They're not doing that for us. They're doing it because they need to reassure themselves that they still have the power to destroy a black person, no matter how rich or powerful, simply with their words. And that they can get the whole world to turn its back on them, because that's what keeps these weak-minded, weak-willed, bootlick black celebrities in line. White disapproval and the threat of losing whatever quote-unquote opportunities they may have hoped to have gotten. That's what makes it where they quake in their boots. But apparently Kanye West, he must not be shaken too much at all, If he is shaking, he's shaking with laughter. Whether you like Kanye West or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the white media protects people who spew anti-black racism, and apparently they want to go full gung-ho on a black person who has already admitted that he was wrong. He gave them their apology, and on top of that, the guy has done a hell of a lot more than John Davidson ever did. They don't try to smear these other folks out of existence, and they don't try to rally foreign governments to help them get a lazy victory either. So since this is the way that they're playing the game, force them to have to abide by their own rules. Kanye West is doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's not interested in giving any of these clowns an apology. He gave them one, and that's enough. At this point, the only thing Kanye West is giving these whiners and critics is frustration. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Ronrico Foster, Frederica Moore, Tamara Davis, Mark Anderson, and Dennis Rowland. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
I gotta send that nigga some more money so he can say my name.
Yeah.
Because he will say your name. He will say your name.
Yes, he will. All right, so what are y'all thoughts on Ye being banned from, or Ye being banned from the UK?
I mean,
it's not a flex.
It's not. And then because, you know, if he's banned in the UK, that motherfucker still got Paris, he still got Belgium, he still got the US, he still got Canada. Man, Kanye ain't worried about that shit, man. You got 33 million motherfucking dollars.
I listened to his album the other night.
Yeah.
I encourage everybody to say, it's an easy listen. That new album he got is an easy listen. I'm not going to say it's the hottest thing out in the world, but yeah, it's cool as hell. I like it. Okay. And I'm about to get me some more Yeezys. I got like 2 pair. I'm gonna go get me some more.
I don't wear no Yeezys. My thing is this. Have they banned him under the point where he can't fly through Heathrow Airport? Like I said, that as our good brother Tariq Nasheed
they
pointed out that it's almost impossible to fly that way if you can't go through Heathrow. You got to go through these other channels and stuff. So if they banned him on that, Paris. You can't get to Paris without going through Heathrow. You gotta go back. You gotta change your direction. You can't just fly to Paris. Paris is right there in front of England. So you gotta go, like, you might gotta do a down channel flight and then back up. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, has he been banned in that manner? Okay. I'm not certain yet if I heard that they banned him from being able to fly through and come through like they do Tariq Nasheed. Like Tariq Nasheed, he tells you all the time how it's hell when he tries to fly to other places because he can't just fly through.
They definitely make it real difficult for you.
That's a national thoroughfare. So when you fly through Heathrow, you have access to multiple different places that you can reach immediately, and it affects your which I don't think he has a problem with that, but I'm just saying
it's a public whipping. You know, they like trying to tame that bad nigger. You know,
remember it. Israel, the UK are the ones who supported Israel first. It's the UK who created Israel.
Yes, sir. You're absolutely,
you have to understand that standpoint right there. You have to understand that standpoint. And for what I see, I don't think that's going to hinder you. I think you're going to be able to get through over there, and he'll be able to get, because like I said, when he did the Sophie thing out in LA, I watched that video. It was a lot of Nabiscos out there. Lots of Nabiscos, and I mean, it was a good show. I watched it, but what I want to say to people, he didn't play barely any of that new music. He played all his old hits, his hits. That's what was going on at Sophie, all of his old fly hits. And he played some of that new shit, but people didn't really listen to it because they didn't really know the song.
Yeah.
Now let me say this here about SoFi. Okay, that there's over there what used to be the old Hollywood Park where they built the SoFi Stadium, right? Okay, so a lot of them people that came out there and supported him, man, came straight out of Orange County, straight up I-5. You see?
Exactly.
And not to mention all of the people out of Westwood that went there and saw him, you know, all the college students out there at UCLA and what have you. And of course, you know, all of Hollywood went out there and saw him. You see what I mean? Because that's where they get them limousines, VIP passes, and all that old kind of shit. You see? Because they do a whole lot of shit, man, that the general public don't know, man. When they had those concerts there in Los Angeles, man, they put a whole like when they do the Academy Awards, they invite everybody in the motherfucking industry to go see him. You see?
Yeah. My daughters and them flew out of Dulles Airport. They flew out of my oldest daughter, her friends. They flew from Dulles to go out there to it.
Damn.
Yeah, all the way out there from John Foster Dulles. That airport, man, is what's that? New York, man, or near DC or Philadelphia?
No, Virginia. We're in Virginia, Dulles. We're in Dulles. We're in Virginia. So my daughter and her friends, they flew from Virginia to go to it, and they said they had a good time. They loved it, and like my daughter was like, yeah, she said the same thing I said from what I watched. She's like, Daddy, they played all the songs you used to play for us when we were kids. And I was like, yeah. I said when it was good. They played the a lot of the he had Lauryn Hill there. He had all them. I said shit.
I'm a fan of his music, man. I am.
He the only nigga that was able to get Lauryn Hill there on time.
Wow.
Yeah. So they did it with helicopters. They did it with private jets. They did it with limousines.
All right, so
and seeing what they do.
On it. Go ahead, Shabak, and then I'm gonna go to Tariq.
Oh, okay. All right. So what they did was they had the LAPD, the Inglewood PD out there clearing the traffic, man, strictly for the VIPs. They do that shit. Yeah, an average motherfucker out there, man, if he's gonna go see him in concert at 8 o'clock, they gotta get on the highway, man, no later than 4 or 4:30. Because the closer you get to the venue, man, the more fucked up and congested the traffic is gonna be. Ask me how I know. I only grew up in LA all my whole goddamn life, man. I don't know what I'm talking about.
God damn you, Jesse. You gotta clip that beginning part, cause that song get in my damn brain, and I'll be tired radio. That damn song be in my brain.
Yeah. Fast forward.
Everybody in here, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Before I get started, you know how I got to get down. You know I got to start shouting out.
Hey, Jesse, I'm gonna be off
soul food in the
3:30 mark.
So they announced that whole
about 30 minutes.
Banned, what did they say? The not conducive to the good of the public. That's the same shit they banned me with. I'm
they
banned
said
from
the
the
same
UK
thing
as
to
well.
Tariq.
They banned me, and that's the same wording. Your presence is not conducive to the good of the public. Some old real vague bullshit.
Goddamn, motherfuckers been telling me that for the last 40 fucking years.
This is deep that the government had to step in and ban Kanye. For those who don't know, let me put it in context. For those who don't know, Kanye has made a major comeback. Kanye in the last few years has said a lot of controversial things. A lot of denigrating things about everybody. Good grief. He was talking about black people.
Everybody. The nigga wore a Ku Klux
children. He was
Klan
going in
suit.
on Beyonce and Jay-Z's children, which I really didn't like. I didn't messing with kids. I really don't like that. But then he started going in on Jewish people, and that's when the hammer got really dropped. So
who the fuck you think runs Hollywood
deals and things like that. But he was able to bounce back. It was something unique with Kanye. He was able to bounce back. He let everybody know that he's bipolar. He has mental issues. He's working to do
he's
better.
Fucked up in the head.
He has met with rabbis. He has apologized to the black community. He has the. I really want him to apologize to Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I like that he's playing the I'm a crazy nigga
right
card.
now. I don't want to get besides
I
the
love
point.
that.
But the point is, this was very interesting because when a black entertainer or influencer kind of crashes out and start going in on folks like that, and they get that cancellation, they get unplugged from the media matrix and the corporate matrix, usually it's a wrap. But boy, this is very unique. It wasn't a wrap. It wasn't a
look what
wrap.
they did to Bill Cosby.
Yeah, Kanye spun the block and came back with a vengeance. See, they didn't get to do a buck-breaking ritual on him. See, in the dominant society, if a black man steps out of line, the protocol is to financially starve him out, humiliate him, and enforce a public submission. He's supposed to be
And
canceled.
Ali told you that back in
and
1967.
never heard from him again until he get on his knees and just really beg hard and beg for permission to enter the mainstream. And whether you like him or not, Kanye completely bypassed that whole ritual.
Right.
You see? So the dominant society, they look at this as, wait a minute, our weapons are not working like they're supposed to. So they're really on alert right now. They are majorly on alert right now. And the SoFi Stadium was a major wake-up call. See, there's a panic with the corporate and the governmental structures right now. And that panic kicked in with out here in Los Angeles when he pulled off two massive record-breaking live performances at SoFi Stadium.
SoFi Stadium is
bringing in
Hollywood
tens of
Park
millions of dollars. He broke records. This was like some of the highest records for a single live performance. I mean, he's breaking records left and right without any corporate backing, without no Live Nation support, zero mainstream media promotion. I want folks to really understand the gravity of this. This is heavy. He showed that he doesn't need the infrastructure to generate massive revenue. To the establishment, shit, independent black economic power of that magnitude, they look at that as the most dangerous thing on the planet. Oh, they want to get in front of this. And he bypassed all the corporate gatekeepers. See, all of these corporate sponsors were pulling out of that wireless festival. And that wasn't a moral stand. That was them trying to flex their control. See, the corporate media and the sponsors, they rely on the illusion that artists need them to survive. Kanye showed he can sell out stadiums globally with his direct-to-customer reach. Truth be told, that exposed these gatekeepers as really being obsolete. I keep telling y'all, we don't really need them. I've said that a million times.
And just
we
like
just deal with each other. We can do good business with each other. And they're terrified that other artists are going to realize they don't need to sign away their masters and their dignity to these corporations. That's why I start putting out my books. I'm just using me as an example. When I started in the writing game, I got my first book, my first bestseller, The Art of Mackin', was a huge selling book, and I went through an independent distributor out of Chicago. Because the book did such big numbers, I started getting calls from all of the major publishers. You know, I got book deals with Simon & Schuster and Penguin. These are the big dogs, and they gave me big money. They give big upfront money. The thing is they give you upfront money, but yeah, that's the most money you're going to see because they own the big share of your books now. So if any kind of movie deal or any other kind of deal from the books pop off, they're going to get the lion's share.
That's why you better read them goddamn contracts.
They're going to get the big money off of it.
Yep.
Also, that advance that they give us, you know, they gave me like $100,000 advance, and then that's basically a loan with interest.
Exactly.
So I have to sell $100,000 worth of books. You understand? They have to recoup that $100,000 they gave me.
They will.
You know, I'm still making 8% per book. So every few months, they might send me a check for $500-$600. And they've been doing that for the last 20, 25 years, whatever. But my other books that I own the full rights to, I get like a couple of $1,000s a month off those books. And I own them outright. And if I make any kind of television deal, which I did with one of my books, the Art of Gold Digging, we did a pilot with VH1. Damn near 20 years ago, we did a pilot, but I owned everything about the book. So I was able to go to VH1 and they gave me a
I
big
remember
check,
that. That's the movie that's the book they took and made that Will Smith
pilot
movie off
because I
of.
owned it outright and they didn't have to go through the publishers. So I was learning early on, owning your shit is way more profitable.
Yeah.
And you really don't need the corporate sector
at all.
Because dealing with some of the
can
big guys,
incorporate
I
yourself.
don't mind doing business with them. Sometimes, I may not, maybe I just want an advance or whatever, and I just write another book or whatever. But I realize they're not doing anything that I'm not doing. Basically, they're tapping into my audience. I've already sold hundreds of thousands of books without the corporate structure, and they were learning from me. I noticed when I would go to these big publishers, they're asking me, "Hey man, how'd you sell all those books?" And they got their pens and pads out. I go, "Oh, they're trying to pick the game from my ass."
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what they did. I'm talking to them, and then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of copycat books of my shit start coming out.
Yeah,
that's when the whole pickup artist stuff started happening. These dudes were damn near plagiarizing my shit.
Yep.
I said, okay, yeah, they're
like
learning the game from me.
75% of the cases in LA County.
Yeah, that's about the time
everything and how I got the book out there on the grassroots, and they're trying to get the template. That's why I started going to these meetings, and they wanted to do shows with me with VH1 and MTV, and then we're talking about ideas, and then I give them an idea of what my show should be. Then all of a sudden, the same idea pops up on the network weeks later with some white cat that don't nobody know. I said, "Oh, wait a minute, let me shut my damn mouth."
Right, and that's why I told the motherfuckers in Hollywood, man, when I was 17 years old, hey man, we'll give you a spot, man, but we can't pay you. And I said, man, fuck you.
They're getting the game from us. They're learning from us. So I'm like, I might as well just stay independent with my stuff.
Right.
You see?
Yeah, that'd be his best bet.
But going back to Kanye, see, he bypassed all of those corporate gatekeepers. And they don't like that. So what they had to do, they had to weaponize the state. Look at the escalation that happened with Kanye. The corporate people kept pulling out. Pepsi and Diageo and PayPal and all these people. And you know what? That didn't force the festival to drop them. You see how the festival's like, hell no, we still keeping them. I mean, shit, we gonna make big money. I know they were selling tickets hand over fist. The festival was still going to go on. I want y'all to understand that. All these big names kept dropping out, and the festival was like, oh, well, I guess we won't be drinking Pepsi, but we're going to have Kanye.
We're going to have Kanye, yeah.
They knew they were going to still make money. I bet the ticket sales were still going through the roof.
Right.
That's the thing that made them panic. So, hell, they had to get the goddamn government to step in. You know how deep that is?
Mm-hmm.
The damn government had to step in. And the Home Office had to revoke his travel. So that shows when that corporate leash fails, the state comes in right along with the corporate sector. The corporate sector and the state, they're damn near one and the same. When it comes to stopping us.
That, man, for 40
they work
years.
together. See, the Wireless Festival, that was going to put Kanye on a stage in front of 150,000 people over 3 days. So that's massive, unfiltered global influence. And
the patent office, they the government.
The idea of an independent black man holding a microphone in front of that many people without their corporate PR team screening and editing and filtering the message.
Right.
And
what I'm going to say is this, is that he learned
of the permission matrix. See, a lot of black men in this system, they're conditioned to believe that they need a
All right, go ahead, Bruce.
No, I was going to say, what I was going to say is he's learned from the the old rock and roll people that I've heard him talk about this multiple times. He's listened to Guns N' Roses and all of them, how they don't play their new music to the end. They play they play what get the fans there. And that's what my daughter was saying. She was like, Dad, she's like, he was playing, she's like, she said none of the songs that's kind of new. She's like, they didn't barely play that. They didn't play none of that barely. She said, we heard all the stuff that you raised us on. And she was like, they was rocking with that. And she said that's all the song. That was the show was all his college dropout and everything else. It wasn't. Go ahead. What you saying, Jesse?
808 Heartbreaks.
Yeah, it was none of that new shit. It was all the old shit that we know that was fire. I mean, when he brought fucking what's her goddamn name? What's our sister name again from the Lauryn Hill out, and she's saying that when you're giving it up, when it all falls down. I mean, that shit killed. And they was on that big ass globe, and they walking on like the globe. It's like that shit was like monster. I watched it. I sat here on YouTube and watched the whole shit. I was like, yeah, my daughter ain't lying. They didn't play no new song. To the end, to the very end. And then at the end, he was walking with a crazy white bitch who was dressed in like a bodysuit. They thought she was naked, but she wasn't. She was just in one of them bodysuits that they put on the white bitch, and she had a camel toe out and all that shit. And yeah, that's what's really going on. And this is coming from somebody who's been a ghostwriter for like years. I told people I still make money right now from all my ghostwriting. I don't make money from none of really the new stuff I do. I make all my money still. I get checks from some of the ghostwriting that I did. I wrote for a lot of people. Like I said, I'm trying to do a show right now because I'm going through a bunch of legal things right now where I want to have things released because where I ghostwritten shit. So I had to go get a lawyer, all this shit. And right now the lawyer's in there doing all that so I can get the shit. So I can get what I did
gonna be out
right.
here in Las Vegas, Keezy?
No, this Breeze.
Sorry, Breeze. Yeah, you gonna be in Las Vegas?
Keezy, you was a ghostwriter too?
Oh, we lost him.
Okay. Hopefully come back. But are you gonna be out here in Las Vegas, Breeze?
I don't know yet, but like I said, I'm not trying to take away from the people that I was ghostwriting from. I just want it to be known that some of the best songs that y'all think y'all heard from this nigga and that bitch and that nigga, I was the nigga writing that song.
Okay.
That's what I'm in. That's what I'm in the thing. I'm just trying to get it be known because I want people to hear my greatest ghostwriting hits that I wrote. Okay. I've written a lot of songs. I've written a lot of songs.
Right.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
A campaign song.
Huh?
I might need you to write me a campaign song.
Shit, whatever you need, my brother. Whatever you need. That's why I said. That's why I be working with Grizzmatically right now. Our good brother Grizz. Because Grizz, me and Grizz be talking on the backside, and I be sending Grizz stuff so Grizz know what I'm talking about. And Grizz be like, damn, Breeze, oh shit, this? And I'm like, yeah. And so
as soon as y'all said Keezy, I try to unclick the mic, and it just kicked me out of there.
Yeah, that's what it do.
Yeah, man, I'm having some problems like that there too, Keezy, because we got a huge windstorm going on out here.
But yeah, I'm having issues with my with one of those platforms called DistroKid.
Yep, DistroKid. Yep.
And they some pieces of shit.
Yeah,
so,
they really are.
Yeah, I'm having some problems with them. They fucked up my whole album. You can't even find none of my music. You have to go on Apple Music to even play any of my shit.
No, man, they didn't do that to you, man. All them are some
Yes,
dirty
they did.
motherfuckers,
Yes, they
man.
did. Distro
Yes,
Kid is
Spreaker,
dirty.
Apple Music, Spotify, man. Them are
YouTube,
some
you
dirty
can't find much of my
yeah.
shit on YouTube unless like you can still like my videos that I shot, they up, but all the shit that's from Distro Kid from the releases, they not up on YouTube or none of that shit no more. We having some problems with them.
So like the Cut the Check. What about Hustlemania? Is Hustlemania here?
Hustle Mania, the whole album is still on Apple iTunes, but it's not on YouTube. It never even we was tripping with them because they never put it on YouTube.
Yeah, yo, Keezy, they be always telling me and you gotta do some shit together. So, yo, I would love to hook up with you, Keezy.
And if y'all hit
Las
what do
Vegas,
you do? Man, give me some comp tickets, man. If y'all hit Vegas,
what you be doing?
Huh? Keezy?
What you be doing?
I do it. Wait, oh shit, there's a lot of noise. He's on that. It sounds like he's on the I don't know if he's on a forklift or he's on the goddamn the elevator joint. But
no, he's on the forklift.
Yeah, he on the forklift. He at the post office.
Okay, yeah, because I would definitely Keezy, I do it all. I produce, I write, I rap.
I'm on the pallet jack tonight.
Oh, you on the pallet jack? Okay, okay. See, I thought he was on a pallet jack.
Boots on. I had one of the motherfuckers run over my big toe one time. It hurt like hell.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I gotta.
I'm from Montbello. My goofy ass is up here with some Air Max Nikes.
Yeah, that's what I be on. I be having Jordans on. I be having Uptowns.
Well, at least you gripping the concrete, man. You ain't slipping.
Word up.
Yeah.
Nah, man, I'm just a real player. I ain't no goofy ass nigga run over my foot or do all that.
Right.
You know, I'm good.
Yeah, I already made a mistake for you, big homie. It ain't nothing nice.
Yeah, they always pushing safety at my job all the time. So they always worried about safety. That's the number one thing. They'll fire your ass if you ain't got safety in mind.
Yeah, that's for damn sure, man. Because one time I was working warehouse and I didn't have no steel toes. They said, "No, man, you ain't working today." I said, "Okay."
Yeah, when I was at Freedom Way, they made us have to wear steel toe boots or.
Nah, we don't gotta wear none of that. We don't gotta wear none of that. You just gotta have safety. That's what they worried about. We up to 18 days of safety again because we had lost our safety, but we back up to 18 days now. And so
okay. Yeah, without an incident. Okay.
Yeah, without an incident. So and then I thought the other day, because the white boys, they pulled the damn package down on the forklift, and that shit had like all this shit they got on them niggas, and it started burning their skin.
Hey, oh my god!
But as long as you can come back to work, they don't consider that an incident. You can show up to work on crutches, nigga. They don't consider that an incident.
Wow. Damn. Health insurance.
Yeah. As long as you don't, as long as there's no workers' comp, it's not an incident.
What was that? Yeah. I had workman's comp at one of my jobs.
Your goofy ass get hurt on one of these pallet jacks up here. What's going to happen is you're going to lose your license to drive that thing.
Yeah.
And then you're going to still have to come to work. And you're going to be moving the mail. You're going to be sorting mail by hand then, punk.
By hand, yep. Keezy's correct. Word up.
And when I was driving forklifts, every 6 months we had to renew the license.
Yep. That sounds about right. Let me get back to Kanye and Tariq.
Yeah. And then I'm going
to be successful
in about 10 minutes.
Bounce back from controversy. And Kanye basically greenlit himself. He didn't wait for a corporate board to establish him as being rehabilitated. And by him refusing to ask permission from the dominant society to exist and create, he shattered that psychological mold that they use to keep us dependent. And they don't want this to be contagious. See, it's the contagion effect. They know that millions of young Black men watching this, they might get some ideas. If young men see Kanye survive the ultimate cancellation attempt and then maintain his wealth and still operate on a high level without corporate permission, well, that fear of being canceled is going to disappear, because that's how they get you, with the fear of being canceled. Once that fear is gone, the dominant society, they lose their primary tool of psychological control.
Exactly.
See, they want to instill fear in the next person who gets out of line.
To make an example out of it.
In the UK, is funny style. That whole, he's not conducive to the public good. That's that horse crap they got me on over there. That's interesting.
Yeah, the UK on
the
some
UK
bullshit.
Talking about his presence is not conducive to the good of the public. They allow all types of people over there in the UK who've pushed policies and agendas that has devastated parts of the world. Britain got some nerve. Britain has colonized and brutalized 75% of the damn planet. Brutally.
That's why they all
Brutally
poor over there in the
enslaved
UK.
people,
The UK people poor as shit.
Genocided. They were genociding people left and right. And now you go over there, you say something somebody don't like, and that's not good that's not conducive to the public good. Boy, y'all got a lot of nerve, UK. The white people in the UK, you got a lot of nerve.
They got a monarchy over there that's
But
been
understand,
around
when a
since
Black
the
man builds his
1500s.
own infrastructure and commands his own economy and control his own intellectual property, that threatens the socioeconomic hierarchy that the system relies on. See, the music and entertainment industry, it's built on extracting resources from Black creators. So sovereign Black creators who keep the lion's share of their revenue, that's an anomaly. So they want to
look
crush
what they
that
did
before
with
it
Shirley
becomes a trend.
Bassey over there.
And, the dominant society, they can't dictate the narrative right now. At the end of the day, the corporate media, their true power is dictating reality. They told the world Kanye was finished. They wrote the articles, ran the news segments. They declared his career is over. And the fact that this man is still thriving and breaking records, that's proving that the corporate media liars in real time. And the government and the corporate entities, they're scrambling right before our eyes. They're throwing a tantrum because they can't reel him in like they want to. You see?
Like
And
Kanye,
about the UK.
Oh, go ahead.
That's interesting. The UK, they got a real bad habit of banning Black American men from going over there. Who are some of the brothers they banned? I know they banned Snoop for a minute. I know they banned Mike Tyson. They banned Chris Brown for a minute. I don't know if they're still banned. Now they've banned Kanye. The Minister Farrakhan, they banned him.
Yeah.
They banned me. Who else did they ban? I think Tyler, the Creator, they banned him. He's half Nigerian, but you see there's a pattern, and it's for frivolous things where they ban us.
Damn, I knew Tyler.
They're banning us.
That gap in his tooth.
They banned me simply because of my influence. They gave a little janky reason, and I posted some information.
I don't know one Tyler the Creator song, and I don't care.
They were like, "Yeah, you were banned because of your Black supremacist views." I don't even use the term Black supremacy because it don't exist. There's no such thing as Black supremacy. Black supremacy is a damn oxymoron. You can't have white supremacy and Black supremacy. That's a ridiculous term. I've never said we're Black and supreme. What the hell out of here?
I ain't never said it
But
either,
they
but these
pulled out white
assholes
and I
call
say
me
so.
that shit on social media all
Why do
over
they
this
always seem to
motherfucker.
target us, especially FBAs, from going over there? Because when I was over there, again, the influence, dude, I was selling out venues over there. I talked about this many times. When I did a lecture out there, and I've done a few out there, but when I did one in London, I've done a couple of events in Birmingham, but in London, I sold out like a concert venue. It was a huge ass venue. Dude, man, they were treating me like I was Lionel Richie in that motherfucker, dude. It was like people chasing my car when I left the venue. I mean, it was on that type of shit. Tariq, hello, Tariq. I'm like, damn, okay. Shout out to the UK. They were showing mad love. They were showing mad love out there. And, I was all over the media out there and the whole shebang. But they got an issue with Foundation of Black Americans, who got a lot of influence. Because we are the blueprint for defiance. See, Foundation of Black Americans, we have a very specific, historically documented blueprint for dismantling oppressive systems and challenging that systematic dominance. And governments all over the globe study this. So when unapologetic Black American brothers travel abroad, the powers that be, they feel like we're going to export some of that frequency of civil defiance to the local population. So they're not just keeping you out. They're trying to quarantine that energy of resistance. Because they know we get around folks and we get them turning up like us. They already know. We go out there and start putting a battery in everybody's back. So they try to get in front of it. And shout out to the UK, man. Much respect. And I got a lot of love and respect for the brothers and sisters out there in the UK. You dig? And we're going to see what Kanye is going to do next. I wonder if any other countries are going to give him a stadium venue to do his thing. If he comes back out here and does some stadiums, that would be interesting. If he goes down to Atlanta, if they give him a stadium down there, that'll be epic. So I want to see what his next moves is going to be. I want to see what that's going to pop off and be like. Let me get some of the family in here. Let me get the family in here. Y'all raise your hands.
All right,
Let me talk to the family. Let's see our brother Wade. That's our Jamaican brother.
Thanks for
He
having
is not
me
a
on,
tether.
Brother
Wade is not a tether. That's a good
Good
brother
night,
right
good
there.
brother
Wade.
Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Yeah, all right.
Thank you,
Easy, all right,
Shabaka.
breathe.
We are good, brother. How you
All right,
doing?
if y'all make it out here to
I
Vegas
remember
doing some shows,
way
man,
back
let
when
me
I've been
know,
following
man.
you for years.
You
And
already
UK has
know.
always been a funny style. You
Yes,
explained
sir.
it because I
All
think when
right.
you were over there, you were all over
Okay,
the
so
media.
y'all have a good
The
one.
reporters would go up to
Okay,
you
I
and ask
think
a
it's
whole
all
bunch of
tomorrow,
questions.
Brother
And
Jay.
you were very upfront. So I just think it's very weird. And they let all sorts of, people that
I'm
have
out.
done diabolical things up in the UK, a whole
Oh, yeah.
warlords and all that
They
type of
let
stuff. So
Ozzy
it's very interesting. Y'all
Osbourne
land my
over
plane.
there.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. That white man who sat up there yelling the damn N-word at BAFTA, did they ban him?
Nope.
Yeah, they were talking about his damn Tourette's, poor little Tourette's. He has Tourette's. He's a poor little Tourette's victim. He doesn't know any better. You didn't ban him. He's at an award show over there yelling out racial damn epithets live on damn TV.
Right.
That the UK government let go through with the BBC. They sat there and allowed him to yell racial epithets live on air. They could have cut that. I thought it was like a few second delay. Man, the delay was like a couple of hours, from what I understand. It wasn't a few seconds. They had all the time in the world to stop that, and they didn't. They let it go on. They didn't ban him.
Right.
So, yeah, we know what it is. Elzo.
What's going on, Tariq?
Hey, Elzo, how are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. I spoke to you a few times before, but just on...
Yeah, you're in the UK, right?
That's right. Just on this topic with the Kanye, they just let, I think last month, that girl in from America, that radical Mexican lady, she made that video shooting a dummy, talking about Muslims.
Are you talking about the Colombian lady?
Yes. So they let her, she's radical, she says crazy things. She was there about 3 weeks ago.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it's just bullshit, man. It's just bullshit.
She was just out here in Northern
thank you so
Virginia.
much, brother. And y'all
She
keep
was
your
just
head up
out here in
there. Yeah,
Virginia
that
talking about,
crazy
can
ass
somebody
Colombian
find me a
woman who's always talking greasy,
mariachi
shooting guns
band.
and
Hell no.
talking real threatening. Yeah, they let her over. Okay. Boy, these people be doing the most. Let's get Welsing's fan club in the building. Welsing's fan club in the building.
Brother, how you doing?
Hey, how are
I'm
you,
okay.
fam?
Listen, I hear that he's going to be performing in India.
Mm.
Oh, really?
Which is going to turn up. That's going to be brilliant. Yeah.
That's gonna turn up.
Oh, that's
going to be very interesting. So that's where he's going to be. And you know, this thing about the UK, they got more smoke for Black people, Black American people in that country, but they will coddle and protect that damn Prince Andrew with his pedophile behind. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, you know, and to hell with them. I mean, he's already proven that he doesn't need him, but I wanted to tell you that, yeah, the talk is that he's going to be in India. I don't know if that's true or not, but that would be brilliant if he does there, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look that up and see what's going on. India. That's interesting.
I'm looking at up right
Do
now.
they got money like that for a concert? Shit. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. But yeah, Kanye, man, if he gets access to another stadium,
And it's there, bro, nigga.
It's gonna be a wrap.
Look, hey, hold on, Jesse, real
Hi,
quick.
can you hear me? I'm having trouble with the space.
I just Googled it.
I did too.
Ye, formerly as Kanye West, is scheduled to perform his maiden concert in India at May 23rd at the Nehru Stadium in New Delhi, following a postponement from March. White Fox will feature his Earth stage design, so he's going to have that big globe again there. And tickets are 6,500. I guess that's rupees.
Rubies, yep.
Yep, I'm looking at that right now. So yeah, okay, so yeah, there it is. Ye is doing what he's doing. I don't know how much rupees he gonna
I'm
make.
not saying that you are a gold digger.
Yo, wearing Yeezys when they come in my job. It's Indian niggas.
Yep.
And them niggas is the same like white people. They get to sport they ball spot. That's why I was telling Black people. I was like, you know, all these other groups get to sport they ball spot, but a nigga gotta go ball. You gotta go ball, nigga, if you got a ball spot, if you FBA or something. But all these Indians, I was laughing at this nigga today because I'm looking at his head and shit. Because he want me to. He's like, yeah, I need these 50-watt amps and shit. And I got him the 50-watt amp joints so he could, because he's building something for his Tesla to charge his Tesla at his house.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, nigga. But I keep looking at his bald spot on top of his head. Like he got all this frontal hair, but as I keep moving around him, I keep looking at that bald spot on the back of his head. I'm like, yo, and he's got a beer belly too. He's got a big old beer belly. So it's just crazy, yo. But yeah, Ye is doing what we know that, you know, you go against the establishment, you're going to have to be on your own because then they can't control you. If he was controlled by somebody, he'd be shut down right now.
Right. That part.
He'd be shut down right now. And that's why I say, that's why I don't even, my political concerns or anything I have to say about Yeezy, I don't even follow that. I follow his metronomics about what he's doing economically. So I look at that stuff and I say, wow, damn, this nigga, you know what I'm saying? As somebody, because he was a writer, he was
I
a
agree.
ghost
I
writer.
still call him Kanye West from time to time, but you know, I'm you know, I fuck with Kanye West.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Economically, when you look at what he's doing and how he defies this system, you like, okay, damn. I call him Kanye too. I call him Kanye.
Yep, I call him Kanye too.
But I can see where he's going with this. And I'm like, once again, he's showing that he can do this shit without major corporate backing. And even if niggas decide to drop him halfway through the shit, he takes off. He's still going on. Because they don't, regardless of what the corporate structure understands, they don't understand the people on the bottom level. Like, people are like, fuck, because people hate corporations right now.
Oh, he's still blasting off like he did on the graduation cover.
Exactly. So he gonna be all right. He gonna be good.
All right, I'm gonna move to the next topic. We got foundational Black Americans discuss reparations, Democratic Party and accountability, or did they? So the thing, Breeze, is gonna give us an update on that.
Go ahead, brother.
Peace, family. I'm back again. Now,
oh no,
I always
this
talk
nigga.
about, when dealing with foundational Black Americans, we teach people how to treat us. We have to be responsible for ourselves and each other, right? When you look at yourself in the mirror and you see that reflection, you have to like what you see. You have to love yourself in order to love anybody else.
And this is coming from the thing.
Respect us.
Yeah.
Now he's a bishop now.
The first part of reparations is repairing the mind.
Oh, I'm done with this
it's
nigga.
Repairing the mind. That's the first aspect of reparations, right? The brother Isaiah Factor, Uncensored, he has some foundational Black Americans on his channel. And they had a great discussion on what we need to do in our communities, how we can transform our communities, how we can clean some things up. Now, we're going to go over this today. I'm going to critique some things. I'm going to give my opinions on some things. But I want you guys, when you're watching this, when this is over, every foundational Black American leave a comment. Let me know what you
They ain't even got my brother's name spelled right. It's Isaiah, not Isaiah.
Watch this and don't leave a comment.
Isaiah.
Everybody leave. So we're gonna get off into this.
Wow.
And they have a
his own people didn't get the writing right.
Right.
Factor Uncensored tonight. A real question. Are Black people judged by stereotypes more than other races? The numbers say many believe so. A Pew study found 63% of Black Americans say media coverage is more negative, and nearly 4 in 5 say they see stereotypical depictions. Tonight, we ask on our viewers on Instagram at The Isaiah Factor, do Black people get stereotyped more? 82% said yes. 18% said no. So why does one person's action sometimes define an entire community? The race? Is this bias, perception, or something deeper? Joining us to talk about it, we have Derek Muhammad, Todd Smith, Jasmine Terry, Reginald OG1 Gordon, and Banke here on The Factor Uncensored. Now, Tom, this was your idea. I saw it on your Instagram. I said, let's do this topic on the show. What have you seen out there that gives you this message?
Look at
what
that
I see
bitch
out
boots.
there are excuses to why African Americans are treated badly.
Foundational Black
All of us probably, as Black men, have gone to the malls.
This nigga got a fedora on.
Clutch their purse, follow you around the store, and the reason that they would give
I don't
is,
trust niggas with fedoras.
Most thieves are Black. Most shoplifters are Black. So that becomes a stereotype of an entire race of people, but we never see the flip side of that. Statistics show us that most school shootings are done by white males, but we don't see people running out of schools every time a white boy goes into
Most
the
shoplifters are Indians or Puerto Ricans.
70 to 75% are white men. Most sexual offenders, 50-something% are white men. But we don't see Black mothers clutching their children when a white person walks into the mall. And it comes from hatred. Everybody has prejudice, but
well, it comes from psychological conditioning. The pirates of the Jack Sparrow and the pirates conditioned you to believe that you're something that you're not. So now you respond to it. They got you saying that you on demon time, unaliving your own people. They got you calling yourself a bad bee. They got you, all the things that they've done to you, they got you doing to each other. Think of this, 400 years of oppression, 100 years of Jim Crow and Jim Crow and black codes and over 5,000 lynchings and all these different things. When you walk down the street and 2 white men are walking up the street, they cross the street. You should be afraid. You should run when you see them based off the historical narrative. right? If you get on the elevator and there's a W woman on there, you should make an about face. But somehow they condition the world and you to believe that you are the predator. You are the violent person. That's psychological conditioning and programming over time.
I think hatred is so ingrained in some people's mind, and me and Derek talked about this before the panel. Hatred and these stereotypes were placed on us to justify our mistreatment, to justify our enslavement, to justify brutality against us. Because how can you treat a human being like an animal?
And it was at one point called subhuman.
Thank you. You have to put it in your mind that these people are subhuman, these stereotypes are true, and that hatred has gone down from generation.
That's how the elite oligarchs condition poor W's to come and do the things that they've done. You know, when people say, well, it's a poor people versus rich people. No, those poor W's became your enemies because those rich oligarchs trained them to come. When you look at those images of us being lynched from poles and set on fire, those was poor W's that was doing that, right? You never seen the Carnegie family or the Vanderbilts come and do that to lynch anybody. They was using poor W's to do that. So make no mistake about it. Them people are your enemies too.
Right. Generation. So when a white person does something negative, it's not seen as indicative to the whole race. But when one black person does something negative, you could have 10 black people with doctorates. Let one black person drop out of high school. See, all of them are uneducated. Well, what about the 10 that have doctorates? So it comes from a deep-seated hatred. And until we can, I don't think we can do it. We just have to pray. Unless we change people's heart, these stereotypes will continually negatively affect us more than other people.
And what is the trickle-down effect that we see as a people, Bacc?
I think we saw this on the panel a couple of weeks ago. We see
and that was a panel about
the
black women being vilified.
Absolutely. And then we were on the panel and we were vilified while being on the panel. Absolutely. But I think what to me is more damaging, and I think all the points that Todd made are true, is when it becomes internalized. Right? When we start to, so let's say you have a bad experience with a black business, then it's, oh, you know how black business is. But if you go into a white restaurant and they're not on point, you don't make this sweeping indictment about white businesses. And then on the other hand, you have.
But would that be interracial issues, black and black?
Yes, but that's why I said to me what's more damaging, because like you said, we can't control other people's hearts, right? My focus is always on my own people. So when I see us start to internalize these stereotypes, that's the piece to me that really piques my interest.
Well, we do that a lot of times. You know, they got this upscale restaurant here in Philadelphia, right? Downtown, prime real estate. A black man owns this restaurant. And it's high, it's very high. You know, when you go into this restaurant, the drinks are high, the food, and I hear a lot of black people complaining, right, about the drinks are too high, it's too pricey. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, he's downtown, State 48 is up the street, Ocean Prime is around the corner, the Barclay is up the block, right? And when you go in there, if you and your wife is going there, you paying $500 at least, right? All of a sudden you're complaining. Well, see, we always say that, we got $1 trillion spending power. We got to do better. A lot of times y'all go into black establishments looking for something wrong so you can complain about. And you'll say, no, I don't do it. Subconsciously, yes, you do. A lot of y'all do it, right? And what I'm saying is we have to learn to be patient with our people. We're starting to build. We're starting to produce and create again for ourselves. And sometimes, man, the customer service and everything, it's going to take time. It's going to take time because we've been kept out of the loop for so long. So be patient with your people, man. Do not go in there with the same stereotypical lens that the W's condition us to see our own people through. We can't do that.
And then even the idea of positive stereotypes, like I've seen on social media white women bragging about this, like, oh, I teach my children if they get lost in the grocery store, go find a black woman. And it's like, I'm not here to do your labor. So what you're saying is that we're trustworthy, we're nurturing, we'll put the country on the back.
Mammy syndrome.
The mammy syndrome. And all these things are, true and positive, but let us decide. Right?
You don't know how to deal with that positive, huh? You're like,
it's
positive in the 50s, 60s.
Right. Yeah. It's more labor. We're the muse of the earth.
Absolutely.
And Reginald, is there denial, though, in our community?
Absolutely. And I say that to say because, even going back to the 1990s when one of the most powerful women that sits in the White House called Hillary Clinton put the negative stereotype out on super predators being black boys, on how it had affected hundreds of thousands of black boys ending up going to prison, being called, dehumanized them as animals, tough on crime, tough on juvenile, being kicked out of school. So when she put that negative stereotype on calling young boys super predators, that played a huge role. And still today, young boys playing that, looking at themselves in that negative way.
Go ahead, Derek. Real quick, Derek, your thoughts about this. Are we, however, letting some individuals slip through the cracks and not calling them out for their behavior in the black community?
Of course, I would say that we are letting some individuals slip through the cracks, but...
And then again, I would ask, is that our responsibility as a people? Well, because when you think about the white community, the Hispanic community, everyone didn't have to be responsible for everyone.
Yeah, well, we have to... I was always taught that if you want to solve a problem, you have to go to the root of the problem. And even though we do have a problem,
why don't the blacks let us say nigga?
Inferiority complexes, and as my sister stated, we go into a black-owned business, and we have one bad experience, and all of a sudden there's a sweeping indictment. Oh, see, this is why I don't support black-owned businesses. But if
we do that,
hey, Jossie, can Latinos say nigger?
And sometimes we do it subconsciously, not even realizing it. Because when you raised in this country and the way that they programmed us to be like, look at those Negroes over there. So one person do it, everybody get the blame, right? So you are affected by that. Let's proceed.
you have a bad experience in an Asian-owned businesses, you may not go back to that particular location, but it's not an indictment on all Asian-owned businesses. But where does this come from? It comes from centuries of conditioning. People have been conditioned to think the worst of Black people. And when you have been conditioned to think the worst of a community, then you're gonna always look.
But we've been conditioned to think the worst of ourselves. That's why we come online and commit verbal genocide on each other every day. We're not passing down generational wealth. We could talk all day about W supremacy and what the W man did, but let's talk about our reaction and response to it. Based off of a response to it, when we do a critical analysis and we look at our communities, right? We've been conditioned to have self-hate, right? And not produce.
It's hard for
because
me to listen
day,
to
we can say that
Bishop
nobody's
Day.
coming to save us and we got to save ourselves, then it's incumbent upon us to do something.
I give you that,
we gotta
man.
do something.
Yeah.
We got to remedy our own problem. Well, let's proceed.
For the worst. You see a 6'2" Black boy. First question you ask him is, do you play basketball? You see a 6'2" white boy. Oh, he might be.
Bishop is kind of mush mouth a little bit.
There are all of these negative stereotypes about Black fathers, even though the CDC came out with a study that says that Black fathers are more involved and engaged in their children's lives on a day-to-day basis than any.
Yeah, he be like slightly leaning off code with some of these Sambos talk.
Obama defied all of those stereotypes.
Oh, he
She
be
was the
all the
most
way off
graceful
code
first lady
sometimes.
that this country has ever seen. And because they couldn't find anything negative about her character, they started talking about the way the sister looked, even though she's
It's like
beautiful.
a lot of these content creators are like D1. They're like D1. They don't criticize no white supremacy at all. They just go after Black people.
Let Jasmine help us land it. We ask the hard question: is it the system?
D1 and Charleston White.
Will extend on that. Stay with us here.
Yeah. They're like broken, they're broken
And welcome
clocks.
back to the Factor Uncensored. Now, the why is this.
Charleston White is like far right or far, he's like extreme, and then D1 is far left.
Seen on social media, on television, around the country, around the world.
Around the world. So for me, it's always why, right? We ask the question why. I think it's purposely.
D1 gonna tell you to go to Jesus and go vote for Democrats.
Focus. You have us so distracted looking at what's going on with the police, right? We're distracted with what's on television. We're distracted with the music industry. There's so many ways that they're purposely trying to distract us.
You
as Black
distracted,
people.
bitch.
That is sickening, right? That because the moment they know that we smell the resilience that we have, that they cannot control us. You know, the world gaslights.
See, this goes back to what I always say. When you respond to that what you are not, then you can't manifest anything. Whatever you meant, well, yes, you can. Whatever you manifesting will be for them.
Oh, he just compromised himself. See, this is why I can't listen to this nigga.
I tell you this all the time. When I'm in my bishop mode and I'm telling you, you are not what they said you were. The problem that you have is you have these systems and our people are connected to that Democrat or Republican Party, not realizing that these parties are here to parasite off of your spirituality, off of your likeness, right? And their job is to keep you believing that you're something that you're not, so you can manifest for them and not for self, right? Let's proceed more because I'm gonna really break this down.
Black
These are sucker with some tight rustlers.
The Latin community, everyone. And you think about it, the question is always why. And as we ask why, we go deeper into history to understand, right? The main purpose is to keep us distracted, that we cannot focus. We can't focus on the family. We can't focus on the economic power that we need to focus on, right? You want to have us distracted with the media. You want to distract us with the music industry, you know? So, and this is what the children listen to. This is not knocking entertainment, right? This is who they have purposely designed to control.
See, that's the problem right there. You gotta knock it at some times. You're gonna be like, yeah, this shit is not conducive to us.
It's done through media. And when we think about it, who are we as people uninterrupted? Right? When we're not worried about what
here we go.
George Floyd got killed in the middle of the street, right? We worried about what they're saying about us and somebody shaking their ass over here on the other side. Can I say that? All right.
She said, who are we as a people uninterrupted? We're foundational Black Americans, reclaiming our heritage. That's who we are. We're waking up and understanding who we are. Because the first line of reparations,
we beyond waking up. See, Bishop, you beyond the times. We beyond waking up, nigga. We all the way up.
Romans, right? We got to know who we are first, right? And when I look at myself in the mirror and I love my reflection, I love you. I want for my brother.
Somebody look like they took a bite out that nigga hairline like an apple.
If I love my brother and want for my brother what I want for myself, his sister, daughter's mother, everybody automatically become protected because I love mine the same way he loved his, right? That's it. Right? Each one teach one.
Didn't this nigga say he had Puerto Rican?
It's they got you, they have you going outside of yourself for everything you need. So you're conditioned to be subordinate to everybody but your own people. Because everything that you need, from your drawers to your toothpaste to everything, you gotta go to other groups. And they know that. Black dysfunction is profitable. The Black mind is profitable for everybody else, man. That's why you gotta take it back.
But I mean, I'm just saying, who are we as people uninterrupted? I heard a lady on Instagram who made that statement, and I was like, wow, who am I, Jasmine Terry, uninterrupted? When I'm not distracted with the noise, when I can focus on my spirituality, when I can focus on empowering my brother, empowering my sister, who am I?
And so my question for the group, we've all heard of self-determination. Why do we have to be distracted? Why can't we as individuals focus? What's going on out there that's preventing us from doing
that? To be Black is to be distracted.
Too much media. You know, it's too much. It's too many distractions. It's hard not to be distracted with your cell phone cameras. You're seeing Black folks getting in the fight. You're seeing brawls. You're seeing, like you said, the racism. You see, it's hard to be focused on what's important in life because there are too many voices. And we talked about parents, and Derek talked about how Black parents are more involved than anybody else. But it's kind of hard being a parent 24 hours a day when you have your child is away from you most of the time.
It's by design.
Yeah.
It's by design that Black people around the world are distracted. They are in our other cultures, are in our communities.
Around the world, money. That's not Black people around the world. The only Black people are here in America.
The last panel, we sat here with a woman who said,
the only Black people are here in America.
And that's the problem.
This is a person that is teaching your children.
Yeah.
So we have to get to teach, feeding our own. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad talked about how we have to teach our people. You can't allow people to control us. It's in our community.
The problem I have with these kind of conversation is we come in here and we talk all this stuff and it sound good, right? But what's the plan? See, you'll never hear them talk about policies and how policy works in NGOs, right? NGOs and how money is being disseminated and allocated to different groups and these nonprofits and these social services and programs are set up by the Democratic Party. I don't talk about the Republicans because we've been voting Democrat for the last 60-something years. Where is the budget for it? Where's for saying we got to build the community? We got to build this. Where's the budget for it? I see budgets going to immigrants, to migrants. I see budgets going to build houses for immigrants. I see budgets going to the Skittles community. Where is the budget for foundational Black Americans to repair their communities through this Democratic Party? Where's those budgets? They don't have the budget. So it sounds good saying this, but they never, ever talk about where we're going to get the money to redevelop your people. This is where you got to listen. No emotion. We just listen.
Unity. And we're purposely distracted. We are purposely distracted because the moment you are not distracted, you can focus. You're resilient. We create an American culture. Look what African culture.
That's why we're delineating.
The innovation, what Black Americans created in the United States, the world utilizes.
And if young Black people realize that, it would just change the world. If you realize that you're not just the gangster image that you see on a Star's TV show, you're not just the gangster image that the record companies are paying the radio stations to play.
I'll say this again. It always starts at home.
That is why history is trying to be rewritten in the school. I can't teach you the greatness of your people.
You can't.
I can't teach you about the Black astronaut Victor Glover who just went to the moon. I'm gonna try to X that out. That'll be X'd out the science books. I have to make you, like you said, distracted. So
you got to deal with all those flat Earth niggas.
So Derek, you and Reginald both work with young people. How do you take the blinders off those young people? And
wait a minute. See, now, the thing that you need to realize is they want to keep you asleep for a reason. As long as they keep you asleep, you can keep that. They stop you from keeping the money circulating through your community. Black women give birth to billion dollar industry boys and girls every day. They come right out of their womb. We send them right to the W universities, right? If we kept them now, we know that we could go and say, well, those Black HBCUs are owned by white folks. But no, if we brought that money back to the HBCUs where we are, right? And we brought that advertising money and everything else back to our communities, right? You have some type of cultural integrity, right? Cultural pride. You bring everything back because you are the money. See, it's still a plantation. On the plantation, you are the money. You are the work, right? If you turn around and keep everything for yourself, then they will have to come serve you. The problem is we give everything away because we've lost our minds. We lost who we are. And there's no economic budget set up to reclaim that. They don't have a budget. When you go look at the budgets that's set up for these Democrats, it goes to POC and everybody else, not coming back to redevelop the mindset of our people. No.
make them aware of some of the things that Jasmine and Todd are talking about, the accomplishments other than what they see immediately on social media?
Well, you have to take them out of the environment that has them distracted. You have to place them in an environment that suits their nature. You have to place them in an environment, and you have to teach them from a curriculum that they see themselves in. Absolutely. So yes, we are being interrupted, but we must never forget that we're also being targeted. And that propaganda has always been used to justify oppression, all the way from the transatlantic slave trade. They had to paint the picture that we were savages with bones in our noses, even though we were builders of civilization on the continent of Africa. But they had to create that globalized propaganda to justify what they did to our ancestors. Absolutely. They had to do the same for the Jim Crow era. They had to do the same in the era of lynching. They had to create propaganda. What do they call us, super predators? To justify mass incarceration. Absolutely. So the more we learn about ourselves, the less likely we are susceptible to fall for this propaganda, this anti-Black propaganda.
See, Brother Muhammad know the truth, but the problem is they're not really telling the truth. What you have to do is look at the betrayal of both of these parties that we've served. Right, from the Republican Party to the Lily White groups that went against us, to the New Deal where we were shifting, all the way to LBJ where we were shifting back and forth between both parties of betrayal. lies, right? That cause the demise of our communities, right? So we have to pinpoint that, point that out, reteach our children, but also if you're going to be voting Democrat, force them to create a budget where we can make this thing a reality. If not, we just blowing out hot air and running our mouths, because we can see based off of history that just these conversations don't work. You got to have the money and create the infrastructure. If you're not creating it, and how you create the infrastructure, you got to find out where your support been going and what they've been doing wrong while you giving them the support, and reverse it. Reverse it. Well, let's proceed.
And that is just it's American culture at this point.
And there's also
we're gonna have to take a break.
Okay.
We'll come back and put you to work.
No, not work. I don't labor, honey.
We're gonna use some knowledge tonight.
Okay, I like that.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us. We're gonna talk solutions. And welcome back.
Responsible. We didn't create this narrative. I think it's been detailed in how history and how profitable this narrative is when we're talking about the media. If it bleeds, it leads, right? And since these stereotypes are so ingrained in our society, it's familiar for people to see this. Even when it comes down to like the coverage of criminals, like, or even when somebody unfortunately passes, the pictures that are chosen are used to display the same image. But we as Black people, and again, I don't waste my time with what our counterparts are doing, right? We have more of an investment in our advancement. So we as Black people, even when we're teaching our history, it's such a balance to be had, and that it's not so steeped in the oppression. Like, oh, we were able to do all of this despite of. No, we were able to do all of this because of who we are. Because what I see happening now is that we are even using more of the negative stereotypes. Like, it's people speak more about things that they don't like than what we want more of. And whatever
She don't waste her time with the counterparts. Meanwhile, they
see,
study that.
Conservatives talking down.
People speak more about what they don't like because they don't have the knowledge or they don't have the knowledge or the foresight to remedy their problem. This is why. That's based off of trauma.
On us, right? I want to see Black people in various ways showing accountability, and that accountability is often rooted in opportunity. You say pull yourself up by your bootstraps where the person doesn't have legs, right? And of course I'm speaking figuratively, so I just think it's nuance, and we can't look to the people who are benefiting from our oppression to clean up our image.
All right,
we have to do that.
And Reginald, what are your thoughts about accountability as a people and individuals who may be those stereotypes in dealing with them as well?
Well, you know, I've always been a statement that I've always said that when Black men stand up, our boys will sit back down. And once we get back into our community, clean up our...
Now, that sounds good. When Black men stand up, our boys will sit back down. Let's hear that.
Community, because boys gonna only be what they actually see. And as they see men standing up, doing the right thing, cleaning up our own neighborhood, rebuilding our family structure, I've always had a program I had in place called the Rites of Passage that I've been wanting to put together. We have to take over back our communities, go back in these public schools. I'm in the schools dealing with young people on that level because I want them to see me. Every time you see me, I'm suited and booted. I want to be the example that they can see. So if they see something new, they can change to be something different, even though my past...
Well, when they asked Kamala, what's she going to do something specifically for Black people, she said she won't. No! She said she had to lift up our program. That doesn't benefit the Black community. Again, I'm going to ask again, what is the budget for this?
Right.
Huh?
Where's the
so
money?
Now we no longer doing things based off race. We're doing things based off of lineage because we know that we need reparations and we need to be repaired in order to achieve these goals. And is there a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 20-year plan? Right? We need a plan with a financial budget to actually execute this plan over time.
No cap.
That I can
No
change,
cap
they can
detected.
change. So we have to put programs in place to where we take over the community, rebuild, reestablish the families, go in these schools, take over these jails, and everybody that come out the jail have to come in front of a panel of people to teach them the way of life. We have to reteach these brothers once they get out these jails and these juvenile facilities. And even dealing with our boys, when we already know in our school systems, we know that the public school is not good for our children because they're getting into 12th grade, graduating with a 5th grade education.
Yes,
So we have a lot of work to do on our...
Yes, they just being passed through and they can't read, right? We know all this, right? But you want to get into the prisons when you create these bounce back programs and they coming out of prison, What systems do you have in place where you can hire your own people knowing that they got felonies? Again, what's the budget for? See, we got to start cutting this stuff short when we had these conversations. It sound good, but hey, you got two parties in this country. Okay, so we saying this is what we want. Where do we get the money from to execute? If not, we wasted our time. What are we talking about? At this point, I'm tired of these conversations because it goes nowhere. Right? It's we know we got a 15th degree black belt on knowing what we're supposed to do. Right. But the actual execution of it over time is why the communities are staying in the position that they are. Right. And a lot of it is from W supremacy, but a lot of it is because of us. It's because of us. Gatekeepers whose job is to keep our communities the way it is. And a lot of people that's running their mouth without the knowledge to fix the problem.
To re-clean up our community to make it a better place for our children once they step out the door to see good men standing up, being men.
And Derek, one of the things you mentioned, and it almost sounds like Carter G. Woodson's book, Miseducation of the Negro. How do you reverse that? And do you solely see from the perspective of Reginald there, where we also have a big responsibility in the community first, and then we work outwards?
Yeah, absolutely. I always believe that you're most effective when you focus on what it is that you can control. You may not be able to control what goes on in the White House, but you can control what goes on in your house. What we have to do is we have to make sure we have a well-developed and well-established vision for our community as a whole, regardless of your religion, regardless of your ideology, regardless of our differences. Let us set that aside and let us create a vision for our community. Now, as it relates to these stereotypes, what we have to do is we have to start telling our own stories. We have to create our own narratives. And those narratives have to feed the vision that we have set forth for our community. So we gotta...
We've been telling our own stories, but Tyler Perry and that other dude that's right here from my city, he made that movie. What's that? What's the boy from the Skittles crew, the black dude? When we make the stories, we make stories about the destruction of our people. We rarely promote positive stuff. Now you have some brothers that's coming out now making movies about positivity and changing the narrative of the way we subconsciously see ourselves. But the Tyler Perrys and that other dude, that other Skittles dude, that when he made that, he could won all those awards for those black women where they was depicting black men hurting black women. Oh man, like this is when we get on the stage. Look at what we do. Look at what we do online. That's why I said we got to change our mindset.
That allow differences internally. We have to come together and establish a black agenda that is by black people and for black people, and the stories that we tell, the narratives that we create has to lead us down the path of accomplishing what we've set forth in that agenda.
And it's no conspiracy against you, Derek. There's another commercial break.
All my life I had to fight.
And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored, and we are wrapping up with our guest. One of the things you said, Derek, really quick, is focusing on the black family, trying to get it together, dealing with your household. But many people take offense to that and feel like if we talk about that, that may be against them, but that's not against them. That's improving us.
Yes, well, self-improvement is the basis for community development. So everything starts with self. And again, we must start with that which we can control. We have to also accept reality. And the reality is, for 400 plus years, Black people have been systematically placed at the bottom of the totem pole. Like, this country has been conditioned to think the worst of us. So if you live in a country where you've been targeted and everybody thinks the worst of you, you gotta double down on your own community self-esteem. So when I look at you, Isaiah, knowing that the rest of this country thinks the worst of you, I'm busy trying to find the best in you. And when I'm looking for the best in my brother or my sister, then I'm going to get busy doing what I got to do to bring the best out of you, even if you're not, you know, behaving that way in the moment, because you cut up sometimes, brother. But we have to change the way that we see one another. And once we go down that road, I don't think we can be stopped.
All right, Jasmine, we're gonna let you land it.
I think it's extremely important that we get back to having, which I called a culture code. You know what I mean? This is what we do as a culture. This is not my culture, right? And I think everyone has their hands in the pot, and they're literally misguiding us on what path we should do and what we should do. And we should only teach our own. And we also need to dismantle those systems that they present to us. I do think we should have a Black tax, which we tax ourselves to the betterment of our community, right? And that's something that needs to be structured, but we need to take care of our own people. You know, and not waiting for anyone to give us anything, not waiting for the president or someone else to make a decision on how we should move. As Black people, we should have a agenda, and we stick to it like every other culture do.
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there. And I'm gonna come back. Everybody that watches, like I said, leave a comment, because based off the amount of comments, I'm gonna do a stream on this, and I'm gonna open up the panel, and we're gonna have a conversation on this. No arguments, no emotion, a real conversation about this, right? Because remember, I always tell you guys, you are responsible for the way people treat you by the way you treat yourself and the way you treat your own people. When you look at yourself in the mirror, you have to love your reflection. The first part of reparations is part of the repair of something. We have to repair our minds, the way we've been conditioned to see ourselves. And when we start reconditioning the way we see ourselves, we'll bring about a change that we desire, right?
Nah, I'm not hearing that. Cut my check, shut the fuck up, goofy nigga.
If I could change the way that they speak, I could change the way that they see themselves. If I could change the way that they see themselves, I could change their outcomes. And that same thing applies to us adults. We have to make the change to bring about the desires that we want. We can't keep going along this way, right? And then sometimes in change, things hurt. You know, it hurts. It's not always easy. But we're going to have to make the moves, man. And we're going to have to start thinking futuristic. Not just about the stuff. A lot of y'all have developed, I can't wait to get the F out of here syndrome, right? How many of y'all been in your communities where you see a dead body on the ground and it's taped out the police, or you've been assaulted?
Like he's like talking to the cool class, trying to say other cool or something. What?
Away from these people, right? You suffer from that traumatic trauma, traumatic experiences, right? And we're operating based off of trauma and the way we're doing things, right? And when we do that, it makes us operate selfishly. Everything is about me. So it stops you from thinking futuristic and about the people coming behind you, right? We do everything with a 10, 20 year in advance. Your grandparents, your great-great-great-grands, when they was inside on them plantations, they was thinking about you. When your grandmama and them was marching, they was thinking about you. When your parents went to work in 2-degree weather, they was thinking about you. They was plowing the road and preparing a road for you, preparing a table for you. That's what they was. So now today, and all your trauma, you've lost sight of that, and you're no longer preparing the road. You're no longer thinking futuristic. You're no longer preparing for the children and grandchildren that will come behind you. So now just think about it. Think about if your grandmama and great-grandmama and great-grandfathers and them would have said, I don't feel like it today. What positions would you be in? Because they plowed the road, you have to plow the road. Because they thought futuristic, you have to think futuristic. And when you start to renew the mind and think futuristic, it's nothing that these parasite jackals can do to stop you. Nothing. They conditioned you to believe that you were something you was not, and hit you with the Freddy Krueger effect.
Jobs, factory jobs that they can buy houses with. We can't.
Because when you go,
we got to get 7 jobs to buy one house.
They put it in the movie and you thought you was watching a movie, but that's the actual reality. You lost your ability to dream. And you lost your ability to imagine and see yourself.
Because we can't do nothing but go to work.
To recreate
we're homeless.
That you would desire. And when you start to redevelop that mindset again, watch out. Because we already influence the world just with our bodies and not even our heads. So imagine when we connect the head back to the body. It's over again. Freddie Cooper no longer has any power over you. But everybody leave a comment in the comments. Y'all got me in my bishop mode. Let me stop. Let me leave everybody leave a comment in the comment section. Let me know what you guys think. And let me know if you all want to further this discussion. All right? So remember, I love y'all. To the next time. Peace.
All right, George. All right, what's your thoughts, Keezy? The Lost Breeze. I don't know. Hopefully come back, but
well, I would say that, man, a lot of that stuff that he was saying at the end, bro, like I don't agree with that, because basically it ain't the same time. We can't put the same we can't hold us to the same standard as our grandparents, because we don't have all the same luxuries they had. We can't just get one factory job and go buy a house and start saving for the future. No, we got to have 7 jobs to be broke. You know, it's times is different. We're attacked in a different little way than our grandparents was attacked. I'm not saying that our grandparents wasn't under attack, but we got different circumstances than them that create a different dynamic for all of us. And so you can't hold us to the same standard that you held our grandparents to.
Right.
And you don't want to start comparing and doing that kind of stuff, because then you start getting into what I like to call Samboism. And that Samboism will once you get infected with it, it's a disease, man. You just start spewing all kind of Sambo talk. You start going along with all kind of. Then next thing you know, you're in agreement with Roland Martin. You're out of there. You could. So that's where he's headed, man, with some of that kind of talk.
Yeah, I hear that. I definitely hear that. These discussions, they never get nowhere. We have these discussions all the damn time. There's little round tables and town halls and forums, and they never get nowhere. I was talking about, oh, we need to do this, we need to do that, but it never gets anywhere. I've lost count how many of these functions I've attended, and nothing has ever come of them. It becomes a bunch of plebiscite babbling, intellectual masturbation. All right, so moving along, we got the Reparations Task Force released its findings in the harm report. So I think this is Uncle Phil. He's gonna give us an update on that. So that's we got a bunch of ads.
For supporting Soraya, supporting the music, and that's what we are all about there. We appreciate that because support through the people means a lot. Just like with the app, support through the people means a lot, and we can get, like I say, all our people enough. I always say we can get 1% of the people to buy the album, 1% to join the app. Hey man, we good. We don't have to go look for nothing else. We don't have to tap dance. We don't have to be in the Democrats' face, none of that stuff, right? Because the people support us. So I want to give y'all a shout out. And like I said, I'm getting more excited about it. The more and more y'all just keep supporting, even with the app, I'm excited about that as well. Trust me, y'all give me some new excitement that I haven't had in a little while. So appreciate that. So let's go ahead and get that started. If you like to get the album, it's in the pinned comment right now. You can go look at it, and you can pay whatever you want. Of course, it's $9.99, but if you want to pay more, you can. Some people did that, and we greatly appreciate those people who decided to do that, because I know that's nothing they had to do. So let's go ahead and get started. All right. So let me go to. Give me a second. Nope, that's the wrong one. This is the article itself. I just want to show you where I actually got it from, and then we're going to switch to the report itself, okay? So, give me a second. Let's go get to our article screen. Boom. Fulton's Reparations Task Force produces a 615-page report on harm done to Black residents. Now, it's a outlet that's attached to PBS and NPR, okay? I just want to let y'all know. And, of course, they talk about, the Fulton County Reparations Task Force harm report. And it was done. They say it took some years to get this done. They say the Reparations Task Force has worked since 2023 to research and account for the harms done to Black people who were enslaved there or lived in the Jim Crow era. So the group now has an official harm report, and one of their findings shows as much as $900 billion in today's dollars in stolen labor over a decade in slavery in Fulton. Now they say Dr. Karchlek Sims Alvarado, a professor of Africana Studies at Morehouse College, was appointed chair as of the county-based task force after it was established in 2021. Okay, so he got it together in 2021, but they've been doing the study for about a good 3 years. Interesting, they got done now, right before the midterms. Well, I'm just saying. And said we knew that if we were going to be talking about dollars and cents, this research had to be based on quantitative data. And so that's exactly what we've done. To say what the report focused on. And say the first year of the harm report study was actually compiling the data. And so during that time period, so we were able to bring together about a team of about 5 individuals in order to help us with the report. And so we were able to build new data sets, new tabulous data sets that actually allowed us to document the number of individuals that were enslaved in Fulton County, the value tied to their person, as well as who were the profiteers of slavery, meaning who were the slave owners. Now, the report, they say, was backed by the county funding totaling $250,000. It features several charts, diagrams, and dollar amounts tied to slavery's 10-year run, let's say, in Fulton from 1854 to 1864. So official slavery happened in Fulton County in 10 years, okay? They say research shows the county saw its highest number of enslavers, 761. Wow. It's a year before slavery ended in 1865. As a report then transitioned accounting for harm, like racial terror, of course, unalivings, and say done to Black residents during the Jim Crow as early as the 1870s, okay? So they talk about the report and all that. So let's actually go to the quick synopsis of the report. We have that here on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it said reparations, the Fulton County Reparations Task Force Harm Report. So the framework, you look at property taxes, courts, it's a records, jail, voting, libraries, parks, schools, health and human services. Now, it said the full report has 21 chapters. The profiteers of slavery, convict labor, jails and chain gangs, property taxes, social, political, and economic domination, racial terror, and segregated and inferior county services. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now I say the profiteers of slavery. It's a taxation on enslaved peoples as property. So you say Fulton County at that time period, it say was 74,773, but at 7% interest rate. In today's standards, that have been $674 million. That was the taxation as property. Then the state of Georgia here, right? It said 49,316. Of course, it's going to be bigger. Of course, they said 20%. It said 1.3 billion. Okay, 1.3 billion on the taxation. So this is what Fulton County got from the people, basically in today's standards, who held slaves. In the state of Georgia, this is what they will receive today, the 1.3 billion, if they had those same people. Now I say Fulton County tax revenue, it's the value of Black lives of 20%. So you're talking about the stolen labor. It's individuals, right? It said in that time period, it was 8.9 million. And that's a lot of money in that time period. In today's standards, so it's $675 billion worth of stolen labor that came from slavery. Now, let's talk about that. But these people say they don't owe anything. They say they don't owe anything, ladies and gentlemen. Why should we be talking about it? And this is how they became so rich. This is how they became a superpower. Because think about it. And I think I gave this analogy before. If I had people working for me, and that's all they did was just work for me, and all I had to do was just make sure I had a roof over their head and some clothes on their back, or whatever, feed them whatever food I want to feed them. I'm not feeding them the best food. And all they do is work for me all day with no pay. Yeah, I'll become rich if I have free labor. Anybody become rich, you have free labor. And these people felt like at the UN when they said that, well, it was legal at that time what we did. So we didn't do nothing wrong. We didn't break no international law. It was legal. You understand? When you start looking deep into this, these people owe. That's why they're so against it, because they know they owe. So listen, these slavery and all the money they made from slavery proves something else, that they were lazy. They were lazy because they could have got up and went and did that themselves. They could have built what they wanted to build the country on their own. They didn't get none of this wealth until they got us involved. Until my ancestors got involved. Then that's when they start making all this money hand over fist, because they tried to come over here on their own, before slavery, and tried to do, had their little colonies, and they didn't last because they didn't know what they were doing. Give you an example. So when I did my trace my DNA, and mine had traced back to the Guinea-Bissau area of West Africa, and what I learned about the Balanta tribe, because that's where my ancestors was taken from. They specialize in agriculture, but growing rice. And they were great rice farmers. And so the enslavers wanted the people that can grow rice. And of course, with the Balantas, they were, musically inclined. They were also inclined in the area of speech. They were good at that too. They're very defiant. When I did research about them, they were very, very defiant, so it makes sense. Maybe why I'm so much of a really renegade and I don't want to go with the system. You know what I'm saying? Because I just hate gatekeepers. I don't like a system. I don't like, because gatekeepers are horrible because they keep good people down. That's why I don't like gatekeepers. But they specialize in growing rice. And you have to understand the reason why the African continent got the way it is, like even today, let's just be real with it. When they took people from the African continent, they didn't go take any old body. They took the rice farmers. They took the people who sold clothes. They took people that actually had skills. Basically, no different than what they do today. Today, they call it an H-1B visa. Back then, it was slavery. They always have a history of trying to pick the best and brightest out of foreign lands and bring them here. So when you look at the slaves that came here, okay, the slaves that came here, they were the best and brightest. Now, historical accounts, when we talk about slavery in this land, it was only, they say millions didn't come to the United States. That didn't happen. Historically, they say about 300,000 to 588,000 people were trafficked through the transatlantic slave trade here. Here, they lived a lot longer, but only people that kind of suffered a little bit more, it's on the sugarcane plantations, kind of like where my ancestors come from, the sugarcane plantations, because in the Caribbean and Brazil, they were dying left and right. That's why so many millions of people went to the Caribbean and so many millions more went to Brazil. Is because the sugarcane plantations was extremely harsh. They were dying a lot, and so they needed more and more slaves. So you go from between 300,000 and 588,000 people that was trafficked. Then you go from when it stopped all the way up to the end of slavery. We were 4 million strong. That's a lot of getting it in to go from 588,000 to 4 million. Of course, they were doing breeding farms here too, and all of that. But we grew quick in this country, right?
I gotta stop Uncle Phil right there. We were already here. That's why the numbers were so high. Because there was already black Aboriginal people already here. That's why when they talk about the slave logs and the math just ain't mathing. all the breeding in the world ain't gonna get you to no 4 million people. Like the numbers just ain't matching up. When you compare the slave logs to the population that existed on the eve of the Civil War in the South, it just doesn't add up. That's because there were already Black Aboriginal people here already, and they got mixed in with the enslaved class. All right, I'm gonna let him continue. I just have to get that out.
They took the best and brightest from Africa and brought them here. They didn't take the people that just hanging out and got no skills. Just like they don't take the people who hang out don't have no skills right now. When you see the Indians come over here, they make sure they go get the Indians who's smart. They don't get the Indians that just hanging around in Mumbai all day. No, they want the ones that got the education. When it come to Africans, when you see a lot of them come over here, they do that. They go try to pluck the best and brightest out of Nigeria or the best and brightest out of wherever they're coming from. They don't bring the dudes that just hanging out all day over here. They've been doing that. Now, the reason why the continent is the way it is because when you pluck the best and brightest out of any community and transfer them somewhere else, and you leave the people there who not the best and brightest of that community, what you think is going to happen to that community? It's going to spiral down because you need the best and brightest to stay in that homeland area so you can build it up. That's really what a lot of that is. Now, I've heard this in my own 2 ears. So I'm only speaking on what I know. Many of them have said, well, you know, some of y'all need to come back to Africa. Some of them may say come home. Now I know some people don't like that language. I'm telling you what I've heard. And what I've heard consistently is like, yeah, you know, y'all come, man, y'all can help us build this and we can do that. And y'all got some education. Y'all got some skills, man. We could work together. You know, like I've heard that consistently. Right? Why? Because in order to build a nation, you got to have the best and brightest to do that. America understands that. All nations understand that. Listen, all that immigration. Now, you know, you're going to have some people not slipping through the cracks, but the majority of immigration they controlling, the ones that come from planes and not through that southern border, is going to be your best and brightest. Now, when them other ones that come through the southern border, that's not going to be your top of the top. That's going to be your low skill workers that's coming through that southern part of the border, but they need them too. So they don't have to pay Black folk. Do you know? I'm just talking about the Houston area. Man, it's rare you see Black people working fast food. Not because Black people don't want to work fast food, but like in this area, even Church's Chicken, Popeye's Chicken, wherever them places like that, they used to be, you knew guarantee it was a crew of Black people working at Church's Chicken. It was a guarantee. It was nothing but Black people working at Popeyes. Always. It was a guarantee, nothing but Black people working at Waffle House.
Yep, I remember.
It was a guarantee. Listen, people knew if you couldn't get a job out of jail after doing a bid, you can go to Waffle House.
Yep.
They always hired people that did the bid. That's why I tell people, don't ever go to Waffle House messing around. Because it may be a dude or a chick that just did about 10 years. And this their first job fresh out. Like, don't go with the Waffle House messing with them, man. Leave them people in the Waffle House alone.
Right.
Please.
Remember that white supremacist try to run up in there. And that brother had to put
Yes, Miss Paula Green. Some of that is going on down here. It is. You know, it is. I remember when I was growing up in Port Arthur, you would never see
You won't believe this shit.
But where I grew up at, it was just mostly Black and white people. You know, you may see some Hispanics, but it wasn't many.
Jesse, man, guess what just happened?
What happened, Keezy?
Man, I don't know if I just ate bushmeat or not.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to tell you like this. Whatever I just ate, shit was fire, bro. I just went to go get some water to make some tea.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the break room, and one of my, you know, I always holler at the Muslim brothers. The African dude that's a Muslim, he got this hot water tool thing that make the hot water.
Yeah.
Some hot water from him, but he also had like a whole little spread laid out.
Oh, yeah.
onions and lettuce and some, we got some little bread. I'm like, nah, I don't know what that. Like, what is that? He's like, it's beef. Beef. Trying. I was not trying to be rude.
Yeah.
Sat down, I eat that, man. That shit fire. I ate all that shit. Man.
Yeah, I hope it
Man, I'm telling you. So this is it. I just want to say again, we don't think every immigrant is a tether.
Right.
I always talk about tethers up here. There is a little group of Africans up here that ain't tethers.
Right.
And they cool. They cool as hell.
Right.
I thought I would go out my way to say that, because we do focus a lot on the negative, the cool.
Yeah.
We gotta point out that everybody ain't cool.
Yeah.
Point blank.
That's a good point. There are riders.
Yeah, so and tether, that's all that means. Immigrant coon. That's all it is. It ain't. Right. So because some people they get mad at that we use that word a lot. Why you always saying tether this? Everybody ain't no tether. Well, if I thought you was cooning, you're a coon.
Right.
Everybody ain't no coon either, right?
Right.
But if you do some cooning shit, they gonna call you a coon. Don't get mad. Stop cooning.
It's based off your actions, right?
So I mean, and we shouldn't have to keep reiterating, but I don't have a problem with it. I'll keep saying it over and over.
Right.
So you get stuck in folks' head. That look, we're calling you a tether for a reason.
Right.
Because you're out here cooning, tap dancing and cooning.
Right.
And you don't get you're not getting the dick. We're not giving you the dignity to call you a coon because you're not one of us. You're a tether.
Right.
It's part of delineation. We would normally. Huh?
You heading to the car?
Hell yeah! I went to this break time. I just got off the clock. I was supposed to just be going in that break room to go get something to drink some tea before I went to lunch.
Yeah.
But I just sat down and had a whole goddamn bushmeat lunch deal there.
Damn, I hope it wasn't bushmeat.
I don't know. I just said that. I don't know what. He just said it was beef. I'm gonna take his word for it. It tasted like beef. But you never can tell sometimes. You don't know what.
It could have been
somebody else. you eat somebody else's shit they made, but he was telling me some of the ingredients because it was kind of spicy, and he's like, he got ginger, he got peanuts, he got all this other shit. I'm like, man, I don't taste none of that, but this shit tastes fire. That shit tasted fire as hell, man. He need to quit that job, man, and go on and open up a Nigerian restaurant.
Yeah.
Because folks don't know, man. Nigerians be eating good. I don't know if they all eat that, but whatever that is, that shit's fire.
Yeah. All right. So before he got cut off, Uncle Phil was talking about the numbers. I was saying that the numbers ain't adding up. They said it was 4 million people here. They said it was 4 million slaves at the eve of the Civil War, but they only transported 200,000 supposedly from Africa to America. So,
yeah, like how did they get that many numbers that in that little bit of time?
Right. And I was telling the people, I said, well, that's because we were already here. A lot of us were already here.
Most of us. Most of us. I mean, it's impossible for you to not have not even half of those slave ships. You don't even got half of them still.
Right.
You can only go. You can find one it is suspect. It's suspicious.
Yeah.
The one that they keep saying that they, that's a real slave ship. It's like suspicious and controversy around it. So it's like that story just don't add up. You're right. The numbers don't add up. A lot of the shit just don't add up. And we stepping into an era of truth.
Right.
So the truth is like shining a lot brighter than the lies. And the lies is like making you look crazy in the darkness. You look like the evil devil that you are. The devils are being exposed, going around promoting lies.
Right.
And that's what devils do. They lie.
Yep.
With a forked tongue.
Yep. Exactly. I don't get.
You see somebody promoting lies, that's what you're doing. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at an evil person.
Right. Damn, that must be some fire right there.
Little doobie, man. I ain't even bring nothing.
Oh, okay.
The mostly just black and white people. Then after them, you had the Vietnamese. Where I grew up in, the Vietnamese was kind of like in their area. So the Vietnamese, we knew we crossed that area off of 9th Avenue. You seen that Catholic church for the Vietnamese, and then it was nothing but Vietnamese people through there. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how it was when I grew up. Vietnamese kind of stayed in their area. They had their stores, their shrimp boats, all that sort of thing. They kind of came in during the Vietnam War era as refugees, right? So let me get to one more section real quick before we take our next break. All right. So they said that $1, they're talking about the tax office, every dollar was equal to $120 in today's standards, right? Okay, cool. Now they say here 55% of the enslaved population in Fulton County was 25 years of age, under 25 years of age. 18%, they say 17 to 25-year-old. And then 37% children and adolescents. Children under 6 could be sold and forced to work as an adult. Yeah, see, you had a toddler back then, and that toddler can walk and talk. Oh, that toddler will go and pick some cotton somewhere. That toddler is not a child. They don't look at a child as a baby. Once he walking around doing what he needs to do, you getting out in that field working with your mammy. These people
in this day, if you can walk and talk,
and what they
you
done,
can get
this is
shot
why
by
they
the
don't
cops.
want y'all to know the history.
That part, Keith.
Because when you look, you know the history, and check this out. Not only the history is bad, but how the excuses they give for this history. Oh, it's been so long ago. Well, you know what? Why there's no statute of limitations for unaliving somebody? There's no statute of limitations for that. If you unalive somebody 30 years ago, right, and they find out you did it and there's evidence or whatever, and they crack the case, guess what? You're getting arrested for that unaliving for 30 years ago. There's no statute of limitations, right? But according to y'all, including you white liberals, it's a statute of limitations on what y'all done with slavery. It's been so long ago. I mean, come on. You guys didn't experience that. I didn't do that to you, buddy. So what are you talking about? You're worse than them who did it. Let me tell you why. You know what your ancestors did. You know where the bones are buried. You know your grandpa got some body parts hidden somewhere from black people. You know that. You know exactly where everything is buried at. You found it when he passed away, but you kept it quiet. You got rid of it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Oh, I'm detested by that or whatever. You know your grandpa was a Klansman. You knew. You found his robe when he was the Grand Dragon of the Klan. You know all about that. But then you want to act like you playing dumb with us. Like you can't play dumb with me because I know you know. Well, can you teach me about racism and teach me like that's why I said, listen, I'll teach you. I will gladly teach you. Listen, white America. Listen. I'm willing to teach you about racism. I'm willing to
$500 an hour. Okay?
Matter of fact,
Exactly.
I'm willing to teach you. I want it to be even a safe space for white people. Listen to my proposal, white America. I'll teach you about racism. And I don't want no black people in there except my team. It'll be a white safe space, right? It'll be
Fuck it, price just went up.
$1,000,
$700 a minute.
Easy. Okay, because you got to pay your reparations.
Easy.
And we got to do at least a minimum 25 people, minimum, right? And I will have the best of the best. We won't let no other black people in there except the black people that's working with me. And you can say whatever you need to say, just the exception to saying N-words and all that sort of thing. We're not going to do that. But you won't have to feel condemned. I'm willing to teach you, but you have to pay.
Right.
And I'm not going to go soft on you because I'm teaching you either. But you are responsible. So if you want that kind of conference, white people, I'll give it to you. But you're going to pay.
Right.
You're going to pay.
His price is too low.
And black people, when they say, teach me about racism, say, you need my Zelle? Which one you need?
Yeah, you right. Yeah.
Like, my Apple Pay, you need that? What do you mean?
Right.
Oh, no. I don't teach racism for free.
Right.
You paying. So you need my Apple Pay, you need my Zelle, which one you need?
Right.
You need me a little to teach you. I need at least $100 right now. Now, yeah, I got you about 5 minutes. I'll teach you 5 minutes, but I need $100 on that. $100? Yeah.
About right.
I need $100 because you got it.
That's about right.
Because all that money during slavery y'all got, I need mine.
Right.
And I want black people to do that.
Yep.
Well, can you teach me? Sure, I can. I need $100 on my Apple Pay on my Zelle, something. I gotta have it. And when it hit my account, then I gladly teach you whatever you want to know. You got
bullseye.
You got 5 minutes. You want 5 more minutes?
Right.
I need $100 more.
Right.
Just that simple.
Exactly.
And don't be afraid to tell them that, because they got it. They got it. They got it. Not always got money. Collectively, you do. Go find it from one of your people and
call me, Maul, right now.
I need my I need my $100. Okay, for 5 minutes. I need that.
Yep.
Now, if you're willing to book 10 minutes, I'll give you a discount. Maybe I'll give you, $180 or something if you book 10 minutes up front. I'll give you a little discount for 10 minutes. But you're gonna but if you want to know about racism and you want me to teach you as a black person about how not to be racist, you're gonna pay for it. Because I'm giving you the secrets, and I'm giving you my life experience, right? As an expert, as a victim of anti-black racism and descendants of slaves, right? So you got to pay for my expertise. And so you got to make them pay for your expertise, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
You got to make them pay. Hold on, it's saying just because it's a time done went by and a good bit of y'all are broke don't mean y'all don't owe. Yeah. They owe. They owe, ladies and gentlemen, they owe. And before we come right back, make sure you come join us next month. It's coming very quick at the Ohio Black Expo. And we'll play that and we'll be right back.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music Festival, Celebration of the Year.
It is an amazing experience. You have people from all over the country.
This is my second year attending. They over-delivered.
So if you haven't come before, you need to come. And you know what? I'm just out here vibing.
Get tickets now at OhioBlackExpo.com.
Finding the right real estate professional can be challenging. I'm broker Melissa Wilson. I'm knowledgeable in all aspects of the real estate process. So whether you're looking to buy new or an existing home or have a commercial need, I'm here to help.
So black folks think back in the 1800s, because they get into that. More black people.
Only a sheep.
And then as you offer, appreciate you, Jackie. All right. Let's get back to the article, because we gotta get to the app and when we talk about Charleston White. All right. So to say stolen freedom, wealth, opportunity, and labor. All right. So they say convict labor, jail, and chain gang. So they say racial makeup of Fulton County's convicts. They say from 1865 to 1866, So it say black, of course, there, white, and then you have other and unknown. Okay. So you see all those years from 1865 to 1877, hardly no whites. 1878 to 1895. Look, as you keep going along, more black people. And then as we just keep going down, of course, the white population kind of from 44 to 1966, but the most you see the incarceration of white folks, but it's mostly always us as black people, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's exposing and measuring. It's a land disparity and tax burden. There's a comparative tax burden and land ownership of black and white Fulton County residents from 1865 to 1937. It's a land ownership 99.19%. The tax burden is 99.74% and 209%. If they go down to the tax burden there, they talking about the Bagley Park area here. They say the colored line and county records. And then they talked about, advocating against poverty, poll taxes, property literacy tests, violence, and other tactics that they get into that, which was known. You had to pass your pay to vote. You also had a literacy test to see if you pass it, and if you don't, you can't vote. Now they say black voters. They said from versus all other voters in Fulton County, Georgia, from 1867 to 2025. And as you can see, black folks are in the blue. And you see black folks all the way up until 2025. And you see, they're talking about the percentage of black voters is like slowly going back up because it was real high around 1867. So yes, black folks were voting back in the 1800s because people talking about, the Voting Rights Act, we got our right to vote. Well, black people were voting, actually. but people like to talk about that, okay? You see, Valerie says, Phil, some things, some things will change. Is there change? It's happening in real time. Y'all just not even thinking about it. They're talking about the libraries, okay? It's saying that libraries in Fulton County accessible to white and black patrons. So in 1930s, for every one library black people had, they had 8 for white folks. In the 40s, for every 2 libraries, they had 11 for white folks. In 1950s, for every 3, they had 15 libraries for white folks, okay? They're talking about the healthcare inequities in Fulton County. It's up until 2024. So black folks go to the ER more than white people do. They say the infant mortality rate, it's horrible. It's at 10. White folks at 3. Drug overdose deaths, they say black people have more of that. Now, and then you have, let's say, YPLL. I don't know what that is, but black people lead in that. What is YPLL? I need to see what that is. Hold on. Okay, years of potential life loss. Okay, and we lead in that. So that's horrible, and that's really what they have here on this particular snapshot of this document, the edited version, actually. But here's the thing. What I want to go back to, because they'll tell you that we didn't have no voting rights. Now you can see when you go up to the 1960s, 1966 is right here. You look at the percentage they say of black voters, and then 1972 goes down a little bit, and then it kind of starts evening out or so. And now 2025, that's even after they passed that Georgia voting law, and black folks are still, being registered to vote. So they say that we actually had more black voters in 1867 than we did, let's say, today. Now, that was 1867, 2 years after slavery. But the reason why we don't have that many black voters today is not because people stopping us, it's because black folks are apathetic to a lot of the voting today. And we know Fulton County, Atlanta, is a Democrat stronghold. It's a Democrat stronghold. The Democrats run the yard. Most of those major cities, Democrats control it. Whether it's a city of black folks, black folks, good luck with them. Black folks believe in Democrat like a religion. I learned that a long time ago. It is literally a religion. That's why they get so angry with you when you talk about that party. I still get emails from people. You talk about the Democrats. Oh my, why are you talking about the Democrats? I'm like, you would think I was talking about their mammy. They don't even defend their mama like that. But you defend the Democrat Party who you don't control. And if you want to go there,
I can only
the
imagine
Democrats
his
were the one that
DM.
had you a lot enslaved. That's true. Especially in the South. Oh, it's the Democrats. That's not me just making it up. That's American history. I don't understand why you be defending a political, writing me about the Democrats. Like, don't y'all realize writing me about the Democrats is not going to stop me from saying anything about them.
Right.
The Democrat Party don't do nothing for you. Now, if you're a Democrat shield, I get why you say it, because that's where your bread is buttered. I get it. But if you're not the Democrat shields that get paid, don't write me about the Democrats.
Right.
You already know how I feel about it. So I think it's a waste of your time typing me an email. It's just a waste of your time. I may see it, I may not see it, you know, because I don't see every single email. I mean, sometimes I'm so busy.
That's the name of the game. Waste of time.
Yep, time wasting.
Now the interesting part before we get to the next section, I want to get to the interesting part for us is this. Okay, you got this study done. Cool. When we'll get to the part about cash payment reparations, though. Right. That's the point. Okay, you can do a study. California did a study, did a great study. But what's going to happen, because this is done at the city level, the county level. It's not done at the state level. Now, California did it at the state level. Fulton County is doing it at the county level, right? Now, you remember when I did the interview with ChatGPT, and it was saying that if you're going to do reparations, do it at basically like this at the county level first. Then you know, county, state, and if you get a bunch of wins in the counties, cities, and states, then you have more ease. I'm gonna say it's like easier to try to fight for it on a federal level. But everybody wanted to go straight to the federal level, and they talk about HR 40 and how that bill has been sitting there for years. And even when you had Barack Obama and he had the Senate, he had the House, they didn't do nothing with HR 40.
Nothing.
And Obama was in there, they didn't do nothing with HR 40.
Nope.
And that's just a study. That's not even reparations.
Right.
I think the last person that halfway talked about it was Sheila Jackson Lee. You know, she passed away, and you know, all that. And
I hate that they got HR 40 out there.
But
right,
that's the last time you heard about HR 40.
They're gonna say we gotta have that before we get
maybe
paid.
6 years ago?
Yeah,
it was 2020. Yeah, 6 years ago, the last time they talked about HR 40.
Yep. It's another stalling tactic. That's all HR 40 is, stalling. They talk about
it's just a roadblock.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, look, realistically, I'm going to be real. I don't take an issue with a study. I take an issue when, okay, the study's done, not pay.
We got AI
Because
now.
you
We don't
can't
need a
just say-
study. They can analyze that shit quick.
Right. They just need to cut the goddamn check. Quit playing with us. These damn studies and commission and all that bullshit. No, cut the goddamn check. Y'all didn't have to do no study, no commission to cut these checks for the Skittles community, for the illegal immigrants, for the Asians.
Yeah, those
the so-called
what are those Europeans that came?
Right.
Ukraine. They knew who to give the money to then.
They allocated millions of dollars, billions of dollars to Ukraine. No
And
study.
there was no study about which Ukrainian needed to get paid.
Right. So they just need to stop.
There was no study about which Asian needed to get a hate law.
Right. Exactly.
Well, we're just going to just pay out a certain amount of money because it may not be enough. So you do need to actually study what the harm is and how much the check should be based off of what happened, right? So they showed in this study that slavery was going on in Fulton County for a decade, and they made a gang of money in a decade. Okay, so now they got to say this is how much the reparations is going to be, and this is when you're passing out the checks or direct deposits, whatever.
Right.
But if you're gonna do it, you do it on lineage. You don't do it on race.
Right.
You say it's for the freedmen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cool with the term freedman because that is a federal classification.
Yep.
That, you know, if they put FBA, well, you know, even though people say FBA, but that's not a federal classification as of yet. Freedman is a federal classification. That we are the only people in this country has been called freedman.
FBA means that.
Nobody else has been called that.
So it don't matter.
Right.
Other folks can immigrate here and be called black, but other folks can't immigrate here and be called freedman. And that's the difference. And because it's in a federal government, that term, that's one term you easily to go lineage. Because you got to go lineage. You can't go race. Because people like, oh, Ed Blum is waiting for something like that to pass on race so he can go after it. You say pay out, then amend later also. So, you know, they're going to have to do something. The Democrats going to have to do, listen, I'm telling y'all, the Democrats going to have to do something. Because they're going to keep losing elections. They're going to keep losing elections.
Yep.
Now, if they want to keep losing elections and being underneath the Republicans, and then, hey, that's on them. But, you know, I mean, more and more people that's coming around and say, I'm cool. I'm not voting for you, Democrats. You're not doing nothing. Now, and I'm a firm believer of that. If you're not going to do nothing for me, then why should I go vote for you?
Right.
Now, if you're going to do something for me, then, hey, look, the Democrats right now could be in control of everything. All they got to do is reparations.
Mm-hmm.
And in them, like I said,
Kamala comes out talking like that.
Democrat supermajority, is no excuse. You can't put it on the
She
Republicans.
came out recently saying the same shit. Transactional voter.
Yeah, no problem giving money to the immigrants. Well, what that lady, Representative Jaya Paul, we're gonna have to figure out some sort of reparation for the immigrants for what they've been through.
Fuck no.
But she mentioned that with no study. Just give them money. Now, I need to look more into this. I got an email. They were talking about Brandon Johnson in Chicago.
Oh, Lord.
Talking about he done gave, you know, some all kind of grant money and money to the Hispanic community in Chicago, and he ain't cutting nothing to FBA. I gotta look into that. Brandon Johnson, is that true? Brandon Johnson, is that true? Did you give money to the Hispanic community? And you didn't give nothing to the black community? I hope that's not true, Brandon Johnson. I'm gonna look into that. I hope that's not true, because I ain't talked about you in a little while. But I'll circle back and talk about you, sir. That'll make no sense. That's why people are so sick and tired of you black politicians. But I'm gonna look more into it just to confirm, because I read the email, but I'm gonna go look it up and confirm it. Exactly what you were doing, because you, Karen Bass, she's another one.
Yep.
You're doing for everybody else except black folk.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else.
Just like
now,
with Hancock.
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. We're gonna switch over to the app, and we want to hear something Charleston White said on the app and everything. So if you logged in, just hang out with us. If you're not logged in, you say Michael say he needs cash reparations ASAP. I hear you. So just hang tight. We're gonna switch over to the app and let's get into what Charleston White was saying. So we appreciate y'all watching, and we'll catch y'all in the next one.
All right, we appreciate y'all watching Frontline Black News. All right, Keezy, what's your closing statement?
I agree with Bill to the fully. You know, we're not in the business of running around teaching about racism. We're not playing those games about studying. We are studying already. We don't need to be made to study about that.
Right.
We just need our checks. We're demanding our checks.
Exactly. You know what you did. You know what you continue to do. Cut the goddamn check. All these studies and stalling. All this is study stalling tactics, or like you said, roadblocks.
And we're just here for the long haul, and we're in the fuck around and find out era.
Right. In the reparations generation.
That's it.
All right. We appreciate you coming on, TZ. Always a pleasure to have you up here. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. Shout out to Shabaka staying up late with us. Shout out to Big E for coming through. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Shout out to DSB for coming through. Shout out to, what else is in here? Fresh Always. Appreciate you coming through. And I think I forget one person. I said Big E. I don't know where Twin and Mac were. They must have been asleep. But they'll probably catch the playback. Goddess Nabi should probably catch the playback as well. So, yeah, this is going to conclude Season 6, Episode 21, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow, later on today, for Part 3 after Denver City Council. So, peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations. Chan Krumah and Kukisi signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. See y'all on Part 3. Peace.